309 players, 206 men and 103 women, are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh D. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello and welcome to Game 2 of Round 5 at the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup. And we are here in the beautiful city of Baku. And for the 16 men and 8 women still remaining in the competitions, it is make or break time, as every move will count and every decision is crucial. Who will punch their ticket to the next round? Well, have to stay tuned as we find out some of those answers today. I'm your host, International Master Ivanchuk, and for today and tomorrow only, I will be your host alongside someone who brings the ginger heat to the chess world, known for his unique attacking brand and for being a fountain of all knowledge. If there's an opening out there that's good and dangerous, this man has made a course on it. It's the one and only Ginger GM, Simon Williams.
Wow, what an introduction. Thank you, Ivanka. That was, I don't know how long that took you to practice. I thought you were going to say I'm a fountain of youth. But then you started talking about chess openings. I'm like, oh, okay, chess openings, fair enough. But it's lovely, obviously, to be working alongside you, Ivanka. Always a pleasure. You are an amazing commentator, and I have to say all these positive things now, otherwise it feels a bit unfair. But we're going to have great fun commentating on this World Cup. And the first time we were commentating was round 1 when there was over 300 players, and now they've whittled down quite a lot, Ivanka.
Yes, certainly. You know, you and I joined it when it was 309, and now there's just 24, 16 men and 8 women remaining. And let's have a look at the 8 women still in the competition and who has been eliminated. And so there are big names that have left the competition. We have Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun, who was knocked out by Lizzie Pace in round 4. We also have some former Women World Champions who also were eliminated from the competition. Aleksandra Goryachkina and Maria Mozichuk, who was defeated by her sister Anna Mozichuk in round 4. I mean, just take a look at that.
Yeah, it's really getting to what the professionals call the sort of money end of the tournament, where the big prizes are going to be distributed. And some big names have gone, of course, but some big names do remain there. And they must be... Do you think they're getting more and more nervous, Ivanka, the players, as they go further and further? Or are they actually getting more comfortable because they're like, I'm getting more cash, I've already pocketed a great deal of money, I can relax a little bit? It's tough to say, isn't it? I think I'd be getting more nervous.
I think that there will be an element of both, actually. There we can see the quarterfinalists all playing for those semi-final spots. And of course, 2 players will walk away with candidate spots. But to answer your question, Simon, I think it also fatigue will be kicking in because a lot of these players have played a lot of tie breaks. That's a lot of chess. That's a lot of stress on the nervous system. So I am really curious what is going to happen today. And we already see two players are in a must-win situation. Polina Shuvalova losing to Salimova yesterday. And Salimova, 20 years old from Bulgaria. Well, she is certainly making an impression on this tournament. And then we also have former women's world champion Tan Zhongyi defeating Bella Kotanishvili yesterday. So things looking comfortable for her. We'll see what happens today.
Yeah, there's going to be some massive games going on. I mean, it is the second round of the knockouts for the women and the men today, meaning that a lot of players have to bounce back and win their game to try and level the score. So I think that also indicates we could be getting some more exciting games, Ivanka, because when you're in a must-win situation, you know, you can't just wheel out a Berlin ending and hope for a draw, can you? You got to play. You got to play a bit of oomph, a bit of ginger spice. So
Exactly.
I think we'll be getting some of that today, Ivanka, right?
Absolutely, Simon. No one is going to go down without a bang. And talking about must-win games and also decisive results, let's check out what happened in the open section. And once again, we can see there are some huge names in the chessboard. This is almost like a list of the who's who. And we see that a lot of names have got big X's by them. Hikaru Nakamura, Timur Radjabov, Yu Yang Yi. I mean, I could just go on and on. My personal dark horse was Nordibek Abdusattorov. He's no longer there. There are still some huge names in the competition.
That's right. I think Nordibek actually got knocked out very early on, maybe in the first round even, or second round. But talking about big names there, we also have a champion from the previous year, Jan Christoph Duda. I think he's the only player who's won this before, still in the competition. But look at those names: Magnus, Fabiano, Jan, Vidit, Dominguez. I mean, and the young Gukesh. I mean, who do you pick there? Do you pick the younger generation, or do you pick an older champion along the lines of Magnus Carlsen? It's really, really exciting. And Magnus has also mentioned, Ivanka, we'll talk about this a bit more, but he said that, you know, he's not sure why he's playing here. But then the next thing he's like, says, okay, I'm warming up now. He's kind of a bit in two minds, but it's interesting to see him. He might not be playing his best chess, but he's playing good enough.
He's certainly playing good enough. And yesterday he did confess to feeling a bit of the jitters. Remember, he did have that epic tiebreak against Vincent Keimer in round 4. And yesterday he went back to business as he absolutely crushed Vasil Ivanchuk. Vasil Ivanchuk is one of my personal favorites. I really just hope that he continues to the next stage because, you know, he is a legend of the game, 54 years old. Gukesh also defeating Wang Hao with the black pieces. That puts him in a very comfortable situation. And other surprising names for me is Ferenc Berkes, who has played from the very first round. And there on the camera, we can see Vasil Ivanchuk with the white pieces. He is such a chess star with an inimitable style. I'm expecting him to go for broke today.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the way, I think everyone does, the way not just that Chucky plays chess, but his mannerisms, everything about him. He's a real character and a bit of a genius. Obviously, he's getting a bit older now, but he's capable of defeating everyone. And one thing that makes him stand out is that all his contemporary strong players, including Kasparov, he's been in the elite for so long, have already mentioned that he is a genius. He is very special. Here we see, of course, Nepo there. I think he's got. Is he going to get his arm tattoo out? Show a bit of. He's getting it ready. Is the tattoo going to come up? Oh no!
I was going to ask you about that tattoo. I was going to ask you, what have you actually managed to read what it says?
I think it says, "I hate you, Magnus. 1 year I will be world champion. Maybe not this year." And then it says, "Hi, Mum," on the other side. Apparently, that's the rumours I'm hearing. I don't know how true they are. Maybe someone will confirm that for me, please. And he's playing Vidit, and here we see the young Pragananand against, as you said, the outsider, Berkes from Hungary. And don't underestimate this guy. This guy's got nothing to lose, right? I mean, he's come all this way. He's got a nice pay packet. If he loses this game, okay, everyone expects him to. But he's a really experienced grandmaster. and he knows how to play chess. And there, of course, is Magneto the Carlsen. It looks like he slicked his hair, especially for the game here. Yeah, there's a good bit of hair coverage going around his ear there, like that. And we have some moves.
We do have some moves. We have this Ivanchuk opening with the king's pawn. What are we going to expect from Magnus Carlsen? Remember that Vasil Ivanchuk is in a must-win situation. Magnus probably going to choose something very solid. Is he going to pick up the king's pawn, play his personal favorite? Yeah, e5.
It makes a lot of sense. Again, we've got to think about the match situation. And Magnus, with the black pieces, only needs to get a draw to go through. So there's no point him playing something incredibly sharp like the Sicilian. He played e5 in nearly all the World Championship matches that he's had to defend his World Championship title, which obviously he's now giving up. But he's got a lot of experience with e5. But talking about experience, no one has more experience than Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk is the veteran. He's been around. He's seen nearly ideas from many different generations. And I can see here we're heading straight into what looks like a mainline Spanish. So there's not really, again, a big surprise there. But what will we see later on? Well, they're both playing their moves very quickly. Magnus playing very traditionally, just putting the bishop in front of his king. And I wonder what line we'll get. The main rule pairs, rook e1 on the board, and they're both moving quite quickly here, Ivanka. What do you reckon? Should we get a Marshall Gambit, do we think? Any chance of that? I don't think we will, because
no.
It's supposed to be a draw, isn't it now, basically?
Exactly. I mean, it's such a forcing variation. It's very difficult to prove an advantage. It's been so well worked out. And you also have to try to get into Magnus's head. If you were Ivanchuk, Magnus has worked with lots of martial experts. I'm thinking of Jan Gustafsson, and indeed no martial on the board because a2, a4 has been played. And now it's Magnus's turn to think.
Yeah, this is one of the main ways to avoid the martial. If we just go back and move there, the martial is if white goes for an ideal kind of setup with the move c3, where you want to build up with d4. And you want to be able to recapture with a pawn on d4, keeping 2 pawns in the center of the board. And if black plays quite slowly, then this can and should give white an advantage. So this gambit idea, found, of course, by Marshall some years ago, was d5. And you get many exchanges, just to show you. And in this kind of position, white does grab a pawn, but he can get attacked eventually with a bishop coming here. And you can look at white's queen side, very badly developed. So it's so well analysed, though, that it tends to lead to a draw. So the anti-martial is this move a4. And you try to play a little bit on the queen side here. The threat is pawn takes pawn because of the pin on that one. So rook b8. And I believe this is one of the main lines. Did we not see this being battled out in the World Championship match between Nepo and Magnus Carlsen? I think it was this position, or very similar position, where Nepo, because b4 is a main line there, but this was the move that Magnus was playing, where Magnus was taking this position. He's often, Ivanka, getting very slightly worse positions against Nepo, but he was always comfortable drawing those positions, and that's all he needs to do today. We have another exchange. We can see on the cameras there, Chucky taking on b5. And this is, again, the normal way. And what's he played? What's he got up his sleeve? He's just playing c3, again, hinting at this move d4. And it could just be who's got the better preparation here. This is a position they must have both expected, Ivanka.
Yeah, certainly. It's something that Ivanchuk has expected, as you mentioned, Magnus having played this position before. And a big question to Magnus, does he want to keep the position flexible and play d6? Or is he going to lash out and try to force the matters with a d5 there? You've got that highlighted. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. And I especially love the World Cup format because of that element of one side needing to win. And there we see Magnus thinking, he's contemplating.
Yes, definitely. And good point there, Ivanka. We're going to see, we could get this kind of martial idea with d5, where black has to give up a pawn. But again, that'll be a real test of preparation, or the slower approach d6. But I think we're now actually going to just pop over to the women's section. Is there another? Oh, I thought that was another result I saw on the camera, but not quite. Let's have a look, because we have quite an interesting Berlin. Is there such a thing? Did someone actually say we have an interesting Berlin? That's an oxymoron if I've ever heard it. That's like saying an interesting accountant. You know, it doesn't happen. I'm going to meet an interesting accountant later, or I don't know, an exciting tax surveyor or whatever they are. I don't know. Okay, or a boring chess player. There's no such thing. Okay, anyway, let's have a look at the game here. And this is a Berlin. We're talking about the Berlin opening earlier. And do you know these players well, Ivanka, Harika, and Aleksandra?
Harika is such a legend in her own right, and I actually played her for the second time last year at the Olympiad when she was heavily pregnant, like 8.5 months pregnant, and it was a draw. But I still really just admired her attitude, you know, that she just wanted to give everything for her country, even though she was expecting a baby. And when it comes to Harika, she's very much a fighter. You really feel that when you're at the board. You feel that she's 100% focused. There is no lack of concentration whatsoever from her. And you do feel like you have to be precise. And there we see Harika playing e4, e5. And now we're seeing a Lopez. And as you mentioned, it is a Berlin from Goryachkina. And just to kind of update you, for those people who didn't watch yesterday's round 5 game 1, the two players did finish that game in a draw. So a draw would mean that these two move on to the tie breaks tomorrow.
So there's a lot to play for. And yeah, we see the Berlin. So there's a number of ways you can play against this opening. And it's pretty much become very commonplace, this move here. I mean, it first started to get noticed in the year 2000, where Kramnik used it to beat Garry Kasparov in the World Championship match. But recently, the likes of AlphaZero have kind of favoured this move and proven this is a very good way to play for black. And now white castles. We have the normal capture on e4 and d4 main move. The knight drops back, and it was considered that a long time ago, let's say before the Kasparov-Kramnik match, that bishop takes c6 and pawn takes pawn and queen takes queen, going for the Berlin ending, was just supposed to be quite nice for white, but that's not so clear. It's actually now considered very equalish. So white plays this move, and this is a bizarre line where it just looks like you're dropping a bishop, but when the bishop does drop, you play a4, you trap the knight back, and now d6. Black realizing that that knight cannot be saved, so countering in the center, and now e6. I mean, it kind of looks like neither of these players can play chess, but this is all very in-depth analysis. The pawn's attacked. Oh, I'll move it to another square where it can be taken, but what white wants to do is stop black opening the d file, which black kind of wants to do here, right? Black wants to open the d file and get a sort of symmetrical light position. But this keeps it in a gambit style. And now the bishop develops, takes that one. White captures the piece back. So it is a pawn sacrifice. White is a pawn down. The knight moves into the center there, logical space. And we now have the current position, I believe. So again, it's very interesting in these battles just to see how good the preparation is from both sides, because this opening, the Berlin, considered very solid, is considered at top level to be a great way to get a draw. Right. But this idea from Harika is exciting. I don't know how many times it's been played before. A very logical move now, and white is gambiting a pawn against the Berlin, maybe getting ready for the F pawn to come running up the board as well.
Most good, certainly. Right? And it's certainly the kind of move and the idea to put Goryachkina under pressure. Remember, if Harika wins, she moves on to the semi-finals. So that is going to look like an exciting game. And let's go back to the open section and let's take a look at the bird's eye view and have a look at these positions that are in play. Anything that catch your eye, Simon?
Well, there's a lot of positions there. I have to quickly snap and the Prague game. I like myself a bit of a French defense. Erigaisi versus Grandilius. That looks really funky. Caruana versus the Mingas. That looks like an English opening I know reasonably well. But I would say, and we do want to keep up with most of the games today. The Magnus Carlsen game is going to develop it. We can see Magnus playing the quieter line, d6, Chucky going and building the centre up, d4. I suggest we actually go to the Erigaisi Grandilius game, because this is a game where Black has to win. And it's a very, very tricky situation in these matches against an incredibly strong player to win with Black. So what strategy is Niels going to do? Niels lost the first game, so at the moment, Arjun with the white pieces only needs to get a draw. And it starts off with d4, d5, c4, e6, so the Queen's Gambit. And here we have knight c3, the normal move, and now the triangle system. And this is, I would have thought, a great choice of openings, Ivanka, right? I mean, it's a very sharp opening, this.
It is a very sharp opening. And whenever I see that pawn structure now, I think of that famous line that you came up with.
I can't even remember what that was. What did I come up with?
Very solid.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I can repeat it.
Oh, good. Nice change.
Shaped like a pyramid.
It is the pyramid setup, isn't it? It does.
And you follow that through with just a very solid system. Just ask the aliens that built the pyramids.
That's right. Anything pyramid related, obviously, we've all watched those TV series. It's just the aliens, isn't it? Everything to do with the bloody aliens. They probably invented chess as well, right? They invented everything. I think they invented my coffee that every single blooming thing, blame it on the aliens. But this is actually, I think, a very good choice from Niels, because you get a sharp position. And the point being that Black's bishop does look a bit silly, but it always does in this opening. But the point being that Black is actually often just trying to take this pawn and go b5. So if you play a normal developing move like knight to f3, having a pawn on c6 here really helps Black, because Black can take on c4. And if White tries to win that pawn back in a simple way, look at this pawn on c6. It supports b5. And this is just the kind of position, if you need to win, that you really want to have, right, Ivanka? You've got the extra pawn. It's unbalanced.
It's imbalanced. I mean, you're going to see a situation where Black has passed pawns and White also has passed pawns. It's a chaotic mix. And also, Niels Grandelius is a fantastic calculator. That's very much up his street. But Arjun Erigaisi, he likes to fight, so he, of course, is not going to go knight f3. Instead, he goes for the critical move, which is to play e4. And Niels has to do something in the center, so he has to take. And this is where things get spicy. And I'm just looking at bishop b4. He didn't go bishop d2. He went knight c3.
Yeah, this was actually you say that the main line, well, I think it's probably fair to say one of the main lines here is bishop d2, but this became quite famous, this position, especially for the next move, knight c3, when this was reached in another World Championship match involving Magnus Carlsen. And it was actually Vishwan Anand with the white pieces had this, I think it was Anand white against Magnus. I think Magnus had the white pieces here against Anand. And here Magnus Carlsen with white played this next move that we see Arjun play as well. Now, the main line, as you have I suppose the old main line is certainly bishop d2. And this is the move that I've always played. Very interesting idea, because Black now wins a pawn. And you now take the bishop here. Black wins the piece back with check. And you get this crazy position here. And you can see that White has quite nice compensation because of the dark squares, right? Black can't castle immediately. There's ideas of the queen diving into that position there and maybe even castling queenside. This kind of thing goes on. But there's a lot of theory on this, Ivanka. This is so heavily analysed. And I think on a normal day, Arjun might well have gone for this. But in the situation where he needs a draw, it kind of makes sense to avoid sacrificing a pawn, right? And playing knight to c3.
knight c3 also, well, as you mentioned, it is a variation. But one thing that I would take heart from is that, okay, black can simply develop normally. And talking about normally, he actually played e5. I was looking at knight f6 and playing
Yeah, I mean, I think
my favorite pawn structure was c6 and e6. But
yeah, I mean, I think if
e5
black
is
does
much
this,
more.
black's supposed to be quite a lot worse, isn't he? I mean,
Ah,
just only because there's like really annoying bishop g5s in these positions, and you have to like it's really hard to break the pin. I mean, I think that before Ivanka, Magnus in the game where Magnus versus Anand, c5 was played quite quickly. So it was one of your breaks you mentioned. I think that kind of idea. But e5 is really interesting, right? Because this is really unbalancing the position, and I think Arjun's strategy here is not to take that one. I mean, and unbalance the position as much as he can. He wants to keep it under control because black's now offering a pawn sacrifice self. I mean, you could take that one. I've no idea what's happening if you grab it. I guess black's going to take the queens off and try to get compensation somehow. Very interesting. Maybe also queen a5. Let's just get up to date with the game. Bishop e3, trying to hold the center together. And now we see Neil's capture. And very straightforward strategy. White only needs a draw. Let's get the queens off the board. And now Niels does exchange queens, develops his knight, and Arjun castles queen side. Interesting. Black develops and knight to f3. And what do you think about this one, Ivanka? This is the current position so far.
Well, okay. The pause is because I want to be honest, and perhaps I shouldn't be as honest as I'm thinking. I'm thinking that the position is there's no tension in the middle of the board with pawns, which does mean that there is a danger that Neil's position could simply just fizzle out into something very, very simple, very drawn. And remember, Grandelius is in a must-win situation, so I'm not entirely happy with what's happened.
It's always a bit annoying getting the queens off the board, isn't it? I mean, you've got to win the game, and the queens come off, and it's like, okay, goodbye, my most annoying piece on the board. And generally, when the queens come off, the percentages of a draw just really go up by quite a long way, don't they, Ivanka? So I kind of agree with you that there is an argument that way. It's more likely to be a draw. It's a symmetrical pawn structure. Again, another factor that could head towards a draw. I suppose the good side is that black must have kind of equalized here. Black doesn't really have any problems. There is opposite side casting. I don't know if that means a great deal. But still play there at least, It's not over as yet.
No, this is still very much early days, and never underestimate the power of a human to go wrong. That's what I've learned in life, especially in my games.
Oh, especially not your games. I mean, you all seem to do pretty well against me. We should go more wrong when you play me. Maybe try that a bit harder next time, please. Yeah.
Oh, I've gone plenty wrong against you, Simon. You just don't remember those games because they've been so clinical and so easy. And
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, and let's have a look at some other games. So let's bring up the bird's eye view once again and have a look at the positions that are on the table.
Yeah, so that was quite an interesting opening we had there, and there's lots of must-win scenarios going on. I mean, just an update on the Magnus Carlsen game. Not too much has changed there. We'll come back to that one later on, but that position, it has developed a bit, but it's still pretty standard stuff there. So, Ivanka, you pick a game now, and we'll go and have a look. It'd be nice to cover as many as we can.
We definitely will cover as many as we can. And the ones that I'm really, really interested in is all those people who are in a must-win situation. And someone who perhaps is a bit of a dark horse is Nijat Abbasov. He won yesterday against Salem Saleh. And Salem Saleh is actually the first Emirati to have reached this stage in a World Cup. So I wouldn't mind looking at this game just to kind of check out the whole scenario. It looks quite tense, a lot of pieces on the board.
Yeah, we'll pick it up just from the start. And you're right. This is a game where white must win. But of course, Salem has the white pieces. And I suppose Abbasov's been one of the surprises of the competition so far. Maybe a long, this is a match where, let's be honest, that both of the players are kind of underdogs compared to the other big names we can see, like Nepo, FIDE. Just on rating, they got the lower ratings. So when they saw the pairing, Ivanka, they must have been, or when they knew about the pairing, they must have been quite happy. It's like, right, I'm playing someone on paper similar to me. I can get another chunk of money. I can get a little bit nearer to that candidate's place. And by avoiding the big superstars. And well, as you say, we'll have a look how the opening has gone, and it seems to have just started quite slowly for White. White playing the King's Indian attack, and we now have Black playing in quite a traditional way. Black just building up the center, and basically we got after the next two moves the King's Indian defense, but with White having an extra tempo. And just so in case you don't know what the King's Indian defense is at home, it's an opening that Black plays against d4. And the King's Indian defense, as we're going to see, starts generally with these moves here. And you can see this is an opening that Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, players like that used to favour. And White's doing it with an extra tempo here, Ivanka. I mean, what are your feelings about that?
I think it's a really good choice by Salem. And incidentally, when it comes to Abasov, of course, he's the local hero. He has beaten quite a few notable players. He's beaten Frezene, beaten Giri, beat Svidler in tie breaks, and now playing Salem. I think Salem has had a bit more of a steady kind of road to where he is now. Like he beat some just Daneshvar from India and Daniel Vocaturo from Italy, amongst others. And there I'm seeing in the chat, King's Indian attack, Poggies. I do think it's a good idea. The position is tense and you can play for a win. And if you're very familiar with this type of pawn structure, why not play it with that tempo extra?
Is this supposed to be Poggies or Poggers? I'm such a noob when it comes to Pog chat.
Don't question me on this type of.
Oh no! I was hoping you were going to help me out, help this old man out here. Is it Poggers or Poggies or Pogger or Pog or Porkies? I don't know. What is it? What's going on?
Porkies, Simon. Let's come up with our own. But Porkies does mean lies.
Wasn't that a classic film from an era, I believe? But I don't know. I expect the chat can educate us. Both are okay. All right, thank you. Poggers.
It's also an emote. That KEKW. I don't know what it stands for, but I think it means Simon. Laughing.
Get a grip, Simon. Love it. Love the chat. Love you all. And well, yeah. I mean, I think it is a good choice from the White side, because it's a very exciting opening, and Salem's one of his strengths is tactical attack in play, and with this kind of structure you're going to avoid exchanges, you're going to keep the pieces on the board. And he goes now for a traditional idea of playing e4, which is the normal idea. Queen e1 looks like quite a peculiar move, but it means that when you play e4, if there's an exchange on that square, you keep the queens on the board, so it's not a bad move. And now Black continues developing, and we see that Black goes straight into, I would have thought, the kind of setup that basically White wants. White, when you play the King's Indian defense, and I know this because I play the King's Indian defense as well, wants this closing of the center. It's kind of like Lego, you lock the pieces in place so they're stuck. And that means both sides have their own plans. And White's plan will now be to attack on the king side with f4. And Black's plan is generally to play c4. It's quite a closed position, Ivanka. A couple more moves. White now securing this square on c4 for his knight. So stopping b5, normal idea. Black castles. The knight comes towards that square. Rook e8. And you can see that knight may well just poke in there. I actually quite like this position for White. I mean, I'm a bit biased because I like the King's Indian defense. Black is doing absolutely fine, but generally White's idea will be develop that knight, get this knight out of the way probably, and play f4 with some initiative. What do you think about this position? I mean, I expect you play this on the Black side, this kind of structure, right? Do you, Ivanka, or not really?
No, I've never touched the King's Indian attack or defense, and like you, I'm very, very hesitant about pushing that deep pawn one square forward because, as you've mentioned, play then becomes very determined. White has a very straightforward plan: put the knight on c4, move the knight back, prepare f4, and then go for that sack, push those pawns forwards, and then sack something, and then checkmate. And this is a really difficult plan to face off against. I know computers love it for the person who's pushed the D pawn because ultimately they're fantastic defenders, but the human element for me is just too terrifying. So I like what Salem has done. I think it's been a very smart choice, and this game is gonna be full of fireworks. I can predict that.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, let's just say in this position, just to demonstrate what we think White's plan could be, let's say you put the knight there. That's what White's been aiming for. Black tries to keep his bishop. Like, let's say drops back. And now you play knight h4. This would be a very common follow-up idea because you want to play f4 and you want to try to attack on the king's side. Now, you have to be a little bit... This move here from Black might be very crafty because in the long run, this is really the main and you could say only idea that White has to play f4. And when that happens, you could have an exchange on f4 and some tactics like with knight d5, for example. So let's just say Black continues the normal way. Black, as I mentioned, wants to try and play c4. How on earth do you play c4 here? You want to play b5, get rid of the knight, then play c4. So if you play a6 first, a bit of a mistake, I can play a5. So this is normal. And then you get this kind of thing. Maybe I can still play f4. And this is what could occur. And I'm wondering if we get this position, does this rook really help Black? Let's say you take here. I generally want to take with a pawn. Maybe not the only move, but let's just say I do. Because now these pawns are very mobile. You can see the queen could even come out here. Is a move like this something to worry about? I don't think it is, Ivanka. I don't think if I was White, I'd be worrying about this pin. It doesn't seem to do anything at all. You've got to watch out for it. It doesn't really seem to help Black. And I imagine if White gets this kind of position in a must-win situation, he'd be very happy.
I think he would be very, very happy singing from the roofs. I think the king could just lie to h1. I mean, there's so many plans. And like you mentioned, it's all to do with those mobility of the pawns. And I also just wanted to highlight one other typical attacking motif. If Black doesn't capture on f4, then White will just simply play f4, f5, follow that up with g4 at the right time when it's supported, and then just keep pushing those pawns forward to break through.
Yes, those pawns will come straight up the board and push Black around. So this is, I think, a very interesting opening choice, actually, in a must-win situation, avoiding a lot of theory. The computer, obviously, well, I say obviously, it thinks Black's okay. The computer really likes space. It doesn't trust these openings. It doesn't trust the King's Indian defense. It's maybe one of the only openings the computer kind of underestimates a little bit. I think it's fair to say, especially in human terms, because the attack counts for a lot more in human games where errors are more likely. But let's see if there's any other action we can bring up. We'll come back to this game, the bird's eye view, and just have a look. Maybe we'll pop back to Magnus's game very quickly. Should we do that just to find out what's happened there? And then we'll have a look at some other games, because
definitely, because there are a few players. It definitely, everyone loves Magnus. So let's have a quick check-in. And also, I also want to check in on the Indian prodigies. Gukesh, 17 years old, 2760 on the live ratings and 2760 plus. I'm not being entirely accurate there. And of course, Pragnanda still in the mix. And how did the game between Ivanchuk and Carlsen develop? Because we left them at c3, and I'm seeing that the live board is something completely different. There's been some progress.
There has, yeah. That's why I just wanted to update it. And I think we, as you say, must go and look at the Prague game, also some of these other games which are going on. But in this position, there's these two choices. Do you play this delayed marshal, or do you just keep it more solid? Magnus only needs a draw. So, the Magnus playing he's playing his proper openings in this game. I think this is showing great respect to Ivanchuk, because this is what he played in the World Championships. He does, mess around with other openings a lot, but it shows the respect he's got for Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk taking over the center, and now White has to face this one. Are these pawns weak or strong? Black's trying to say they're a little bit of a target, but They are well defended at the moment. Black now pushes in the center, d5. This pawn has to decide what to do. Pushing forwards, attacking the knight seems very natural. Now, the knight comes in. When you've got less space, as black does, because of this pawn, you want to initiate exchanges. So by coming here, you're probably going to swap this knight off, as you can now do. So you make your position a little bit easier to play as you made more exchanges, and there you go, more pieces getting exchanged. And now this bishop finds a comfortable square, a good diagonal, and h3, maybe hinting at g4. Let's remember, white does need to win. The queen comes out, and here we are, Ivanka. What do we think? Do we like white's winning chances here? A bit early to say, but the opening is important.
The opening is important, and the first thing that I'm drawn to, of course, is the pawn structure. When there's a pawn on e5, I have this general rule. Remember, general rules can be broken, and it's just all about, look at where they point to. They point to the king side, and that is the flag that tells you you should be attacking on the king side. So moves that I will be looking at is it possible for white to generate a king side attack? And that's actually going to be very difficult with this bishop well placed on f5. So there's not going to be any pawn storming going on. So then we kind of have to adopt a bit more positional approach. And you're like thinking, well, the pawn on e5 does cut the board in two. But what next? I mean, is white simply going to go bishop f4, rook a6, and just pile up on the a line and just say, space is everything, my friend? And
yeah, it's an interesting
what
position,
is black's
isn't it?
What is black's plan as well in reverse as well? I mean, is black looking at playing f6, or is black simply looking at following that old motto, when you don't have too much space, swap off those pieces?
Yeah, maybe the bishop can come in here at some point. I don't think that will happen, but it's to my eyes, this looks like, from a position you're playing the world champion. How do you beat the world champion, or not the world champion, but he's kind of like, he's a great player. I always make that mistake, don't I? He's not the world champion.
Me too.
Sorry, Ding.
He's not the world champion.
I love you, Ding. Really.
Yeah,
I do. But he's kind of like was the world champion. He's playing the highest rated player. I think I got that right in the world. And how do you beat him with the white pieces? And I think the way to do it, Ivanka, is try to attack, right? Try to get a position where you keep pieces on the board. Don't take him into an ending, because Magnus can defend so well. Just keep it dynamic. And he's got that, right? He's got a dynamic pawn structure. Having this pawn on e5 will always give you chances. I mean, the move g4, I see some people in the chat have actually sort of suggested this move. I don't like that here, because it doesn't really achieve much, and it might weaken your king. Yeah, you don't want to throw this up. This is a much more sensible move, unless you can play like f4, f5. This would be ideal. So if you could ever move the knight and then go f4, g4, f5, oh, that would be the dream situation. Just imagine this pawn getting there and this pawn getting there. I mean, that would be like really pleasant if he can get that. That's what I'd be thinking as one idea, maybe. Ivanka as well here?
Yeah. I was thinking about that too, but if I were white, I would have that idea in the back of my pocket. It's there, it's available. But first, I feel that white has to start targeting maybe the pawn on b5, because say black, but I'm just thinking about lines like where black perhaps goes rook a8, trying to initiate those set of trades and trying to get a knight from 8 to a5 and to c4, them squares, and what I'm looking at, is to kind of counter that, you have to kind of make moves like queen e2.
Yeah, I like your queen e2.
Or maybe
very clever.
Kind of put some pressure, and then when you've kind of resolved any activity that black has, then you can go g4, f4. Well, you've got to prepare that.
Sure.
Right?
I like your idea, Ivanka. I think
way.
you've done something really clever there, and this is something that I get a bit carried away. You can see I'm like, yeah, checkmate, buddy. I'm coming for you. I don't care about anything else. I'm just going for your king. I see Eddie the e-pawn is right up the board, and I want to join some brothers next to him charging down. But I'm not looking at black's counterplay. What is black trying to do? And as you noted, this idea of black getting the knight here and into here would really help black's position. You can't do that now as the a5 square is under white's control. But maybe this idea of rook a8 would help black offer exchanges, but also, try to do this plan. So queen e2, I like it. Very nice move. The point being, you try to tie this pawn down. Maybe you could have done that last move, though, if you wanted to play it, and
maybe
take your time.
I mean, I'm just definitely, I mean, this is a kind of position where Magnus can't just sit there. He can't make some moves like h6. He has to come up with a plan. And rook a8 was one plan I thought about. Another idea that I'm currently considering is going b4,
Yeah.
The rook and the b pawn are lined up together. Why not try to activate one of them? And again, keep saying to Chucky, you want to play? Well, let's see how far you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, the idea b4 is the kind of move that I think black wants to play, but I'd be very careful playing it here, because maybe now white meets it with c4, right? And you might give white the opportunity possibly to get rid of this, like, if you ever get this kind of exchange, I've got now another mobile pawn in the center. So it might be all right, but it's like, it has to be timed very carefully, doesn't it? b4, I think.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Yeah.
But he can't. Well, one thing though, he can't just wait. He has to either prepare b4 or kind of try to get that knight from c6, because the knight on c6 is not good.
Yeah, I mean, I love your idea, Ivanka, just going rook a8. I mean, the other thing you can think about doing these positions is put the knight on e6. That can be okay, but also the long-term plan of these white pawns coming up, the knight on e6 could be an issue there. So I think if I was Magnus in the match situation where an ending good, draw good, I would go for your rook a8 and original knight a5 plan. I really like that idea, but it is early days. Ivanchuk just playing a very simple developing move with his last move. Can't be a bad move. We'll come back to this one. There's lots of other games to catch up on. This is going to get really exciting later on. There's no doubt about that in their mind. Only one pair of knights have been exchanged. And Ivanchuk, I hope he gets attacking. I want to see Ivanchuk throw some things at Magnus's king, don't you? Come on, kill the king, kill the king.
Well, also he's in his element in these really aggressive, dynamic positions. So I want to see that as well. And of course, I mean, I saw a lot of comments there in the chat saying that he is the people's champ. And Chucky, it would be an absolute fairy tale if he managed to make it to the next round.
Well, unless you're Magnus Carlsen, right?
No, but even then, I think that Magnus would kind of applaud him and say, fair play.
He would.
And let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's have a quick look at how some of our Indian prodigies are doing. I mean, it's just incredible. Actually, we have 4 players from India in this at this stage. We have Pragnananda, Eragaisi, Gukesh, and Vidit.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is clear: the future and the current situation of chess is so bright for India. It's incredible how many strong players, around similar age have just come through and are performing so well. I don't know what the secret formula is, but they are overperforming on a constant basis. So I think we should have a look. I mean, we had a little look at Eragaisi's game earlier.
Should we check out Pragnananda against Gukesh? Because that looked to me like it was an advanced French.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I think so.
And when I was playing the advanced French?
What did you call it there? The advanced fresh.
Fresh.
I like it.
Fresh.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's keep it fresh with the advanced fresh. I'm going to do you down with the advanced fresh. Freshen you up. I think that's much better. I think we should call it keep it fresh with the advanced fresh. Love it. Can we see you do the advanced fresh? Okay.
I love how you rescue my my errors. Thank you, Simon.
No.
And anyway, when I was playing all those years ago, I never really liked it when black just got that knight on c4. And I'm just looking at this, Gukesh has gotten a knight to a beautiful outpost.
Yeah, certainly. I mean,
what on earth's happening there?
Well, let's have a look, because you played the advanced fresh as white or black. Which side?
As white.
Aha.
As white, and I always lost to you, Simon, except once where I was playing for my IM norm, and then.
And I threw the game because I liked you so much.
No. You found this amazing stalemate, and I was like, I kill you, Simon.
Did you not get your IM?
No, I didn't.
You didn't get your iron. Did I ruin? I ruined your IM title chances.
Yeah.
Did you always hate?
But it was okay.
Did you always hate me after that?
No.
Only for a little bit, like an hour.
Only during the game when I saw that stalemate trick, and I was like,
Yeah,
Simon,
that was dirty. I was a dirty player. And going back to the opening, yeah, I mean this the advanced French is. I played it from the black side, and E5 indicates against the French defense that white wants to play the advanced variation, and black must now start by attacking this square. This is so key because when you are cramped, you need to try to use some dynamic things to create chances. And the first dynamic thing you do is attack d4. So you can't really play this variation without c5. You can't allow these pawns to remain there. So white now gets his pawn chain and tries to keep his pawn chain control. Black develops again, attacking d4. White now brings his knight out, defending. And then we have the old traditional move with the queen adding more pressure to d4. And this is, again, the main line, a3, with the idea of playing b4, getting space over there. And I think in this situation, I mean, the new line is actually, there's some very interesting stuff where white sacrifices a pawn with bishop d3. That's the trendy stuff, but we won't go there. This is all still theory. Black developing, trying to get the c file ready, and white gaining that space. This has all been seen loads of times before. And now rook c8, you can see.
We have to show the trick.
There is a trick.
We have to show the trick.
Yep.
There is a trick, Simon. Put it on the board.
Yep.
If white develops the light square bishop, I know this because I fell for it maybe once.
Oh, what?
And after that, I was like,
am I gonna?
Yeah, if you put the bishop on e2,
yeah,
then you can. I think you can just simply go knight takes pawn, right?
Oh, okay.
And then after,
boom. Yeah.
Boom, and then after knight takes knight, rook takes bishop.
Okay.
And that gives you like loads of
compensation.
Compensation.
Because you're going to win another pawn in the center.
Yeah.
And you get loads of compensation. Okay, that's a very interesting line. And I suppose another trick that white must be, a very normal plan in these positions is to play knight c3, where you want to go knight a4 and attack the queen this way, because your knight wants to hit the queen and come and sit in there. But of course, you now have to consider mainly a move like this, which looks, I don't know why the computer thinks white is okay, because that looks pretty scary for me. But of course, they didn't play that. Let's, again, just keep up with the moves. Bishop b2. This is still all theory. This is theory. I remember this theory, Ivanka, from like 25 years ago. This bishop b2 used to be one of the main lines. The other main line was bishop e3. And against this move, okay, black now has to develop these kingside pieces at some point. So the knight, where do you want to put the knight? Well, you want to put it on f5 because you still want to keep this pressure on d4. White now brings the knight out because it's defended by the bishop. And this is still theory from like 25 years ago. Knight a5. And I remember this move being recommended literally about 25 moves ago. It looks really flash, but the idea is to simply use the pin on the b pawn. Let's see how Prag plays. He plays bishop d3, just continuing developing. The knight hops in, and now he just moves the bishop back, Ivanka. Bishop c1. Black hits the queen side, and he now castles. This is getting very interesting. Black now potentially winning a pawn there. I mean, this is interesting stuff, right? This position, Ivanka, might be just very good preparation. I'm going to say by Prag, because I've seen him do these kind of pawn sacrifices before. He has incredible team of helpers behind him, and Burks might be, because he probably hasn't played as much as Prag, a little bit more rusty. So it could be great preparation, right? Yeah.
It certainly looks like preparation, and just using the clock times just to support this. And I agree with you. It is really interesting because back in 25 years ago, I was playing b5 with white. And now the theory has just moved on. Like, you just sacrifice material. Rook b1. The plan is to simply go pawn takes pawn and then use the extra space. Remember, black's position is very cramped. And I also just wanted to point out one thing that is massively in white's favor. Take a look at that light square bishop. It's on d3. When you have a pawn on e5, that bishop wants to be on this square. And normally This doesn't happen in the French at all. You know, Black either gets loads and loads of compensation or simply will harass that bishop. So this just basically means that if Black is careless and just castles the king to g8 at some later point, he always has to be careful of some kind of Greek gift ideas.
Yeah. I mean, as a long-term French defense player, Ivanka, I mean, these kind of positions, the reason I don't always play the French as Black is because I hate my king. It's like, do you not want to get safe, Black king? Are you happy being so lazy in the middle? What is wrong with you? Can't you just get yourself tucked away where I don't have to worry about you anymore? He's like a petulant child, you know, running, you know, keeping in the center when he should be tucked up in bed. Go to bed, king. And this is why I don't like it. I mean, look at White's king. White's king is so safe. But how does the Black king ever get safe? And it's not going to be happy staying there because it gets in the way of the coordination of Black's pieces. So you know, this is why I kind of went off the French. I mean, yeah, Black does have some compensation, I believe, on the queen side here. But in the long run, it's like, where do you put your most precious piece? And that's the danger that Black is in here. Let's remember, if Pragg wins this game, he goes through. But, you know, there's a long way to go. I just don't like that Black king, Ivanka.
Yeah, there's a lot of danger here for Black in this position. Well, we will see how this game develops. Remember, if someone wins this one, it means they're going through to the next stage. This is round 5, game 2. So much at stake here. And 45 minutes in, this is the perfect time for us to take a break. And we will leave you with these beautiful shots of the playing hall. And when we return, you don't want to go anywhere because you don't want to miss all the action that's going to be happening today. We will catch up on more of the games and more of the action. See you in a few minutes.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanation. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the prince of painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. Our renowned sculptor, Donatello, stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
Hello, and we are back for all the action on round 5, game 2. They're in the Baku playing hall, and there we can see the women's quarterfinal in play. 8 women remaining in the competition. So many names originally beginning, and we have to kind of also just take a look at this, Simon, because I just can't get over it. These are huge names. These, we have former women's world champions, and they've been knocked out. We also have the current women's world champion, Ju Wenjun, knocked out in round 4. Aleksandra Goryachkina still remaining in the competition. Katerina Wagner, Nana Stagnitsa, and Ivisara Asalbayeva, women's blitz world champion. I mean, I could just go on and on. Aleksandra Kosteniuk, former women's world champion, and we also had Maria Muzichuk. But someone who's still remaining in the competition, but not here on this graphic, is 20-year-old Bulgarian international master Salimova, Mugil Salimova. She's a massive talent. And she yesterday won her game against Polina Shevrilova. And that puts her in a very comfortable situation, but there is still pressure.
Yeah, I mean, did she also knock out Kosteniuk, or am I getting that wrong?
No, that was Teodora Injak.
Okay,
knocked out Kosteniuk.
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I think because a lot of the favourites are kind of gone in this competition, and there's only, let's just remind everyone, 8 players left now in the women's section. And, you must be suddenly thinking, hang on a minute, I've got a chance, right? You're down to the last 8, and you come this far already. You see that some of the bigger seeds, like the women's world champion, has left the competition. You're thinking, well, I don't have to play her anymore. And you're like, there's a chance here. I can actually get into the candidates and become world champion. And it's like, wow, you can see that dream is like, getting closer and closer. And that might, give you that extra confidence. I think we should look at that game you mentioned. And we should look at the game between Shevrilova and, excuse me, I've got a bit of a cough there. And this one, but I'm looking at the position here, and Black only needs a draw. Is that right in this game?
Black only needs a draw, and taking a look at that, just going through the opening moves, we can see it was an Italian.
Well,
hang on a second. Knight came to c3.
Yeah,
I was misreading that one.
Yeah, and Polina plays this Knight c3 move, and this move is. It often indicates the Vienna. So Black plays the main move, Knight f6, and in previous lifetime, f4 used to be played very regularly here. But then d5 was found out to be a very good response by Black, and Black has no problems whatsoever in this position. But quite recently, White has been surprising the player of the Black pieces with this Bishop c4 move. This has been popping up time and time again, Ivanka, actually. I mean, I think maybe even Nordibet used it to defeat Aronian very quickly. And we maybe commentated a game in round 1 where it was used. And here, it's a great way to trick a player, because here Black's main move is to go Knight takes e4. This is a big line. And this gets really complex now after Queen h5. And now Knight d6, where you get this kind of a complex situation. But I kind of feel after Bishop c4 that Black already goes wrong here. I don't know the theory, but c6 in this position might be the right idea because you're trying to go d5, but it's White to move first. And White now breaks in the center with d4. And after an exchange on d4, this queen looks quite safe because Black would like to play Knight c6, but you can't because there's a pawn there. b5, I don't know, there's something a bit strange about this. The bishop remains on the f7 pawn, and Black is also dropped into a big think, Ivanka. My first impression of this position is it's pretty disgusting for Black, because if I was White here, I'd be like, I've got 3 pieces developed. I've got e5 maybe as a threat. I can develop so easily. My bishop can pin. I can castle queenside. I might even bring my knight to g5. Or am I being a bit optimistic? There is c5, c4. Maybe is that possibly what
Yeah,
Black's
hang on
looking
a
for here?
second. So there are some ideas like that. So first of all, let's have a look at c5, c5, c4. Was it the Noah's Ark trap, right?
Yeah, trying to just trap the bishop here. This happens in some lines of Rule Lopez, and why is it called Noah's Ark, do we think?
I have no idea. Probably because it's as old a time as I don't know.
I heard
I
that
really
Noah actually played it against a giraffe and on the Ark
And the
in that
giraffe
lost
won.
game, and the giraffe won. Yeah, he won the piece by sticking his neck out there with the pawn. That's the story behind it. I'm sticking to it. But I guess White just plays Queen E5 check, right?
Right. So
And, yeah.
And then that check is super important because all Black has done is actually conceded a massive square on d5. So let's wind our necks back in.
Like a giraffe would. Like it. Clever.
Exactly.
Wind that Noah's Ark neck in. Let's do it. I mean, this is still quite interesting because Bishop E7, I'm still threatening to win a piece. I mean, I don't really, and I'm threatening to gain. Now I've got this square for my knight. It kind of looks quite interesting to me. But I guess
it is interesting, but I guess you go Bishop D5, right? You just stick that piece on D5 and then
put that into the middle, and that does look really nice for White. I agree. Okay, let's wind the draft's neck back in. What else do you play if you're not
D6.
playing C? Sorry,
D6.
Okay,
also, because as Black, I'm also super terrified of E5. You know,
well, let's play.
That's kind of. You're going to play E5. Okay, let's game on. And
now, if I didn't have the computer running, the key move is keep this one. But hang on a minute, boys and girls. Can't I take on F7? Whoa, this is getting really sharp. Yeah.
Take on F7. Then let's go into it.
I mean, I'm grabbing that one because if you take my bishop, I'm going to win your queen, and you don't have a counter check with your bishop here. So you've got to play King F7, and you know, really, I mean, the computer thinks this is okay for Black, but
really,
the computer is bonkers. Maybe it is.
Yeah, but maybe
you're
okay.
I don't know.
But did you have? Well, I have. Sometimes my brain's a bit slow. Let's just count the material. So okay, material is even.
You're lucky, Ivanka, because if it's just sometimes, that's okay. But if you're like me and it's always a little bit slow, that's when you have problems. But my mouth makes up for it by talking rubbish. So my brain's slow, but my mouth is quick.
It's good to hear that because sometimes my mouth is just like going on and on and on, and my brain like catches up and is going, "Where are you going with all this?"
I get that all the time. I never even know where I'm going. But I don't know. This position is crazy, right? I mean, let's just go back. Your D6 move. It looks very interesting because you are threatening C5 and you're threatening C4, and I kind of like this E5 move. I mean, maybe after this one, there's other options. Maybe I don't even take there, which kind of feels crazy, right? It kind of feels crazy. But maybe I want to. Maybe I want to take there with a knight. Yeah? Maybe I go queen takes queen, and just bring my knight up. And
that's awfully sophisticated, Simon.
Well, that's my middle name, Simon Sophisticated Williams. That's what I used to get called in infant school by the 2-year-olds, even though they couldn't pronounce sophistication, even if they tried.
Okay.
It looks kind of interesting, right? Though it looks interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks interesting.
It certainly looks like things are going wrong, and just wanted to check one line out, which is
sure.
After E5, could Black get feisty and play C5 first?
So D6, E5, C5. Wow.
Yeah. Suddenly there's too much. Because after C, I was kind of hoping for C4, but no. Now it's on the board.
You're doing the
It's
draft.
not as good as it looked like in my head. So that's.
I get that when I order sometimes at restaurants, you know. I have the steak and chips, please. And no, I didn't want that. Thank you. That ain't no steak. I don't know. But what does White play? It doesn't look as bad as the computer says. It's really weird because I mean, even here, you know, C4 is threatening to win a piece. I guess I just play some move. Like move
you go
queen
E3.
Queen E3 looks
maybe
really
Queen
normal.
E3. The evaluation pass, no. Pick again.
Okay, well, I mean, if I move it back, which looks really odd, I suppose the idea is you've got to take on e5. So now I'm going to do something.
I
I
guess
think
you
about
can you
taking
can do
queen,
bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, bishop takes
I guess
pawn.
you could check.
You have to go
And
to
then
e7.
and now you can pick up the pawn on b5. Queen takes queen.
Yeah, and this is minimum a pawn up for white, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is minimum a pawn up. So, okay. So yeah, this is. I don't know. It just feels to me, Ivanka, that if Black has played d6, so now Polina is going to have a long think, and I expect the critical move is e5. When Black probably take on e5, it just feels like White's got great development and a very dangerous position for Black. Maybe the position's not as bad as I think. Maybe it's kind of okay for Black, but this e5 move, breaking things up, could be very, very scary. And I think Polina in a must-win situation, she couldn't really have asked for a better opening list with the white pieces, right? So it's worked well.
It certainly looks like a lot of fun. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games. We also have Bella Kotinishvili. She's in a must-win situation as she lost with the black pieces against former Women's World Champion Tan Zhongyi. And of other big matchups, we also have Harika against Goryachkina and two friends playing each other, Elizabeth Pates and Anna Mazichuk. I was trying to, they had these nicknames for each other and I can't remember. One was Miss Solid, the other one was Miss Messy. And I can't remember which way it goes. But I would just guess that Anna Mazichuk was Miss Solid.
Right, okay. Well, should we go to that game now we mentioned it? Because
yeah.
The queens are off in every single game except the one we were just looking at. So lots of queen exchanges. Must be a lot of nerves at stake. But the Elizabeth Patz game versus Anna Muzichuk has reached this position with Elizabeth having the so-called advantage of the white pieces. They drew their first game. And I expect, the players are going to be so nervous, maybe more nervous if they draw on their first game, Ivanka, because they're like, I really don't want to make a mistake. Yeah, if I make a mistake and I get knocked out because of that, I'm going to be kicking myself. So you would expect them to be playing more solid chess, hence why there's been many draws. And I don't know if we've got time to go over all the moves now. Probably not. Let's just stick with the current position. Bishop a6 just played by Anna Muzichuk. And my first thoughts, okay, we can just look at the pieces. Black's got this nice knight in the center, but at some point, maybe White could consider taking that or getting rid of that. Black's got this majority of pawns on the queen side, and what that does mean in the ending, if you get more and more pieces off the board, these pawns could be quite strong because they can create a passed pawn, and the white king is a long way from stopping that one. On the other hand, White's got pawns in the center, so if White can get those, you really want to try to get your pawns mobilized where they are strongest. So playing f3, playing e4 could be a standard idea from White here. But I would have thought this is pretty even, and the evaluation bar kind of agrees with that. But not a boring even. It's quite dynamically unbalanced, Ivanka.
Yeah, it is quite dynamically unbalanced. I mean, first of all, Black is potentially threatening bishop takes knight to ruin White's central pawns. And then there's also, as you've highlighted there, that bishop on g2, that piece is a sleeping giant. If somehow you were able to destabilize the protection of the knight on d5, that bishop is just simply going to cut the board in two. And also, let's not forget there's an open C line. Whoever controls that is going to be in for some happy days. So, and also, just to add to my point, there's actually a forcing move. I don't know whether it's any good, but it certainly has to be calculated. Can White play knight to f4?
Yeah, this is my first thought as well, Ivanka. Knight f4. I mean, I think that shows that generally, when you get positions, you should kind of look at the forcing moves first. You can see Lizzie in the camera there having a good think about this position. Her opponent Anna is walking around. Lizzie considering options. Very experienced players, so they shouldn't be as nervous maybe as some of the other ones. But always look at the most forcing moves, because knight f4 is trying to eliminate the knight in the middle of the board. So let's just have a look at that, and we can see this move, an option, because this knight, I want to open up my bishop, and also I want to needle that pawn. And I think now Black can't defend both of these points here, so black will have to take on f4. Now, we can quickly calculate that if I go bishop takes rook, black has the intermezzo, knight takes e2 check, and then you can minimum take the bishop back, and black at the end of that would have a knight and bishop for the rook, which is a good deal for black. So here, white has to take this knight back. It makes no sense doubling pawns, so let's take with the bishop. There's this threat to the rook again here. And I don't think, again, we can eliminate bishop takes e2 because I just attack your bishop and I'll be attacking your bishop and your rook. So something like rook c8. And it kind of should have helped white to get rid of this knight. But I think the issue here, Ivanka, is that black is ready. As you said, the c file, very important. There's a threat to e2. And black is ready to play a move like rook c2 and just take over that open file. And even though this pawn looks quite weak, and you might be able to play a move like d5 at the right moment, black's pieces look great. So again, it's really in the balance so far. I would have thought this position, Ivanka.
Yeah, totally. And then that begs the question, if white can't play knight f4, if it doesn't lead to anything, then how else is white going to try to nurture? And you have to think, okay, well, maybe the bishop on, because remember, black is threatening to play bishop takes knight.
Do you think this is a threat?
I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, yeah, it could be because of the rook coming to d8 and then the bishop coming to f6. And
yeah, I was wondering.
I like my pawn structures.
Yeah, I know you love your sensible pawns. You're like me. We all like we all like the beautiful things in life, don't we? Like when you'd rather not have a crook. I kind of like the sort of more. Sometimes there's beauty in ugliness, right? And double pawns like that, I'm kind of wondering, they do look ugly, but I do get the open e-file, and I can start to maybe harass that pawn. There's maybe some benefits of allowing you to take the knight on d3. Maybe some. Not sure about many, but some. The more I'm looking at this, Ivanka, the more I'm actually thinking I like black, just because it seems a bit easier for black to play. Even though you can often have equal positions, you've got to ask yourself, which side would I rather be in, because the plans are easier. And I kind of think, like, you're right, I've got to, white's got to consider this move. Black's got a very easy idea also coming rook to the open file. In the long run, this queenside majority is going to be very dangerous for white. So I kind of slightly prefer black here, I think, actually. Slightly.
Yeah, my vibe is also, unless white finds a really good move now, that the situation could start to favor black.
Yes.
But we'll see. And if Anna Mazichuk wins, then she moves on to the semi-finals.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at another game. So we can just bring up the bird's eye view. So we've covered two of them, and we'll just have a quick look and see where else we're going to go. And all games incredibly tense. We mentioned there's been many queen exchanges, and I think we can quickly go to Harika's game, maybe. There was, to my eyes, the Plina game is the most interesting, but we've got to catch up with the other ones going on. And let's just do the current position here. And this is Harika versus Aleksandra Goryachkina. Lots of things happened here. I mean, I say we can just have a look, but where were we? We're all the way back here. And it seemed like they both were just very well prepared. So I'm not going to go through the moves. There's been far too many. Let's do the current position. To my eyes, again, black has, it seems fairly even. I don't see either side with any serious weaknesses. You try to find weaknesses. The material is equal to assess a position. Both sides' pawns look fairly okay. I mean, again, my first thought would be I kind of prefer black because I've got maybe some potential to attack this one, but white's also got an open file in the middle. So fairly even position here.
I would say fairly even. I mean, the first thing that I'm looking at is, the material count is level, but there is an imbalance in terms of pawn structure, in terms of pawn majorities. White has the possibility of creating pass pawn, black also on the queen side. And then I'm going to judge who has the more mobile pawns. And I think potentially white. But even then, that situation is super double-edged, because you can also see that c6 can happen. I mean, the knight on c3 isn't a great piece. It's just, I think it's just dynamically balanced.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I would prefer white, just because I think that playing king g2, g4, king g3 is something that kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose black, you say the mobile pawns being black's got this idea of going d5, c5, using these pawns as well. I mean, it looks, to my eyes, like pretty even, right? And probably, a good quality game. It's the Berlin. I mean, you're going to play the Berlin or play it on the white side. What more do you expect in a position like this? Pretty even, pretty dull, and pretty drawn. That's what you get when you play the Berlin, and you know your theory. You get this kind of nonsense, and not much more to say really.
Crosses of chess, right? You just look at the position, go draw, move on. Should we move on, Simon?
Let's move on. Yeah, that
Let's move on to someone who cannot afford draw, and that is Bella Kotinashvili, because she's playing with the white pieces against Tan Zhongyi, and in yesterday's encounter, Tan Zhongyi won in a beautiful way with a sacrifice. So here, a draw would be a disaster for Bella.
So Bella, with the white pieces, must win this position. And, well, I think we can do the moves here. Actually, this is quite an interesting position. And it's funny how we've seen that, in the must-win scenarios, we saw Salem do this as well. Bella doing it here. The knight f3 on move 1. And I would have thought that this move now, compared to 1e4, is a better way to play for a win. And you might think, what are you, crazy? Because e4 is the most aggressive move. It's really exciting. It always has been. But the problem is, you just saw the Berlin. If black wants to get an easy game, the Berlin is such a pain. And knight f3 keeps more pieces on the board. And let's see, we see the reti. This is the start of the reti. Black gaining space. White playing this break here. You don't need to play that way. It's more about personal choice. It's a reverse Grunfeld opening this, meaning that when these pawns get exchanged, black has the good center, but white has pressure against the center. And after this move e6, white hitting out there in the center of the board. And now a very common idea, unleashing the beast, the bishop on g2. Knight a3, the knight trying to just win the pawn back, and this might be some kind of theory. Black's a pawn up, but white has decent pressure here. And we have some exchanges. Queen b6, black only needing a draw, decides to get the queens off, but that means black doubles her pawns here. And now rook d1. Yeah, okay, I want to win that pawn back, please. Black says, well, okay, I'm gonna needle you there. And what is the point of this? Because white does win the pawn back. The point is black gets a bit of a tempo attacking the rook. The rook has to move again. And this is where we are currently at, with white needing to win this position. And we can do a quick assessment. I mean, Ivanka, quick assessment. Would you prefer white or black here?
Oh, a difficult question, actually, because the rook on d2 is like, what on earth is happening there?
Yeah.
Because it just jams in the bishop, and by consequence, the rook on a1. But then again, white does have this beautiful bishop on g2 hitting at b7. And if you're careless, you do have moves like b3 that will unravel the whole position. So, yeah.
I guess if white's able to, let's just say rook b8, which is a horrible passive move.
Which is a horrible move.
But let's just say white is able to unravel with like this, and then bishop b2. Suddenly, white has a fantastic position because, as you mentioned, this bishop is beautiful. The other bishop is quite nice. Black's pawns look ugly, and the rooks are coming in. This would be a dream situation for white, right? This position here, yeah. So
yeah. But then the question is, how do you defend that pawn on b7? Do you really want to step up a rook to a7? Or the alternative is just to put a knight onto d5.
Yeah, or you could try just castling, make it a gambit. I think that the danger is in these positions, if black was in a situation where black didn't need to draw, I think, any human being would be like, well, okay, I'm more open to risk. I don't mind giving up a pawn if I'm going to get loads of activity. But when you only need a draw, you might go a little bit too passive. And I kind of feel that's one of the biggest mistakes in chess in general, is to start playing really passive. And like Rook A7, I don't know, that could be a better way to do it, Ivanka, but it's very passive. I like your Knight D5 or castles. Knight D5. Maybe that's the way to play when you're just saying, okay, you can win a pawn, but I'm going to get the bishop there, right? So it could be interesting.
I've also been inspired by Prague. You know how Prague never defends; he always counterattacks. So there is one possibility of a counterattack. So Knight D5, that would be my sacrifice. That I would be really tempted to try. Bishop B3 is another idea that I just suddenly saw.
Yeah, what is happening here? I'm pressing buttons.
The grand reset. It didn't happen, Simon. We just imagined it all.
just showing off some chess.com features. And Bishop B3.
And that doesn't work. The evaluation part goes, that's a terrible move. It would be awarded the double question mark. Blunder.
Yeah.
Made the game lost.
Well, I guess what happens if you take here, right?
Yeah.
This is this is horrible, because you have to kind of go like Rook A7, yeah?
Yeah.
And now Bishop C6 is maybe not the end of the world, because you can move the king here. But oh my words, there is a move which is the end of the world, Knight C6. with this one and this one. Two big threats. Winning a rook outright. So it's a nice idea, but just tactically doesn't quite work at the moment, right? I think either your Knight D5, or if I was black here, I'd probably just castle as well. I'd be like, okay, look, that pawn is rubbish. You've got this congestion here, discombobulated. So why do I care about a pawn? Let's just use my initiative. And if white now takes on A7, well, can I even go Rook D8, or is that stupid? I mean, I might just be a pawn down here as well. This is my problem, Ivanka. I'm just so happy to give up pawns and then I lose the ending. I'm like, why did I give that pawn up? You're an idiot. Simon.
Yeah, I mean, the rook on D2 is pretty well defended. So there is certain tension there. And of course, remember, white is threatening to unravel with B3 and bishop B2 at the right time. So complex position and a big question for Tang Zhongyi. And that is why she is thinking about whether she should defend.
I think it's just worth pointing out that, white can't play B3 yet. You want to play this, but I don't think you can because of this pin, right? I mean, this is the one thing that might be, well, not the one thing, but this is good for black, because if white could play this against any move, I think white would be doing really well here, because you gain a tempo, you develop your bishop. But as white can't play that one easily because of the pin, there's a bit of getting out of jail to be done here. I don't know, though. I mean, it looks like white's better to me. I mean, okay, Rook A7 was played, and I suppose one of the more natural moves, Ivanka, just defending the pawn when you only need a draw, right?
Yep, it's very tempting, actually, to play in a solid way when you're in that kind of situation. And let's go back to the open section and have a look at the bird's eye view, because we have some huge matchups there. I mean, one game that we haven't touched upon, which, of course, for me is perhaps also going to be one of the matches of the round, is between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Fabiano Caruana. And these two players are just exceptional, let's face it. Jan-Krzysztof Duda winning the 2021 World Cup, defeating Magnus Carlsen along the way. He has the white pieces. What do we think about this position? Because I'm just looking at the bird's eye view and you can see, oh, hello, king on G2. Bishop pair versus a knight pair. Who is going to win? Oh, king G2 awarded a question mark by the computer.
Okay, well, let's see. Just looking at the opening moves, I always find it quite interesting. I mean, these are two of the biggest heavy hitters, aren't they? I mean, you don't need to introduce these players. Everyone knows about Duda, who won this competition. Was it last time around where he beat Magnus Carlsen? But he beat Magnus Carlsen in the semi-final to actually win the whole thing. So it's obviously a format he likes. But then Fabiano is probably playing some of the best chess he's ever played. I mean, maybe he realizes that he's still got a chance to become world champion, which of course he does. All these guys do, because Magnus now dropping out, and he's kind of that maybe has given him another bit of inspiration in his career to play good chess. And okay, we'll stick with current positions as there's a lot to look at. King G2 being played, and as Ivanka, you said, it's a very unbalanced situation here. They drew their first game. The reason it's unbalanced, first of all, you have the two bishops versus the two knights. General thinking is that the two bishops can be very strong and stronger than the two knights. So that you would have thought works in white's favour. But on the other hand, this pawn has kind of wandered a little bit too far away from white's king. Yeah, I mean, if white could go king G1 and then maybe put the pawn back here, I think white would be very happy. Having a pawn on G4, it does open up your king, and black surely must be trying to think of ways to take advantage of that with a move like F5. Try to get the rook in the game. Try to attack that king. You don't want to exchange queens if you're black here, because then the bishops will become more powerful. I think you want to try to target this king, and to my eyes, F5 just looks very tempting here. You know, let's get the rook in the game. I could also try to bring the queen over at the right time and attack, yeah?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I mean, black has to unsettle the position. And whilst we have the live board up and the analysis board up, maybe we can just have a look at F5, because that is the natural move. And when you are attacking the opponent's king, as Simon indicated, you have to open lines. That is the currency of the position. And the first thing for white to think about is, how on earth are you going to stabilize the king? Is it by going...
easy.
I mean, I'm just looking at...
I would love to play F3 here. F3 looks critical, right? I think this is like most people in this position would be like, that knight is a really strong piece. It's kind of attacking my position, but we're going to get a very fascinating line here just by following natural play. Because if you leave that knight there, black's always going to get some attacking chance. So I play F3. And if the knight now goes backwards, I'm like, whew, you kind of breathe a sigh of relief because you got rid of that knight. But can black now throw? And I'm just checking this with the computer, so I am cheating. I'm not a genius. I'm cheating. Can I throw the queen in to H4?
I was thinking about that, but that was just backed up with very little calculation. So the whole idea is that after pawn takes knight, you're just simply going to capture on G4.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you have to take the knight, right? Because otherwise the queen is threatening to come in.
Yeah, and so it's like, hello, quarterfinals.
Yeah, indeed. And a win for either player in this game means they go through. Let's And the point of this move is, if you take here, I obviously take with the F pawn because I want my rook to have some fun as well.
Can you take the G pawn?
Sorry?
Can you take the G pawn? I wasn't sure which way to go, but I like the G pawn.
Oh, take the G pawn. Yeah, okay, that even more. So
hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, that looks a lot stronger.
No, that didn't.
I was considering taking here, gaining tempo, capture here, which might also be quite interesting. But you're right. Let's open up the white king even more. And this is obviously a much better move because we're getting rid of that. It's that dodgy pawn on G4, and this line is kind of showing just how scary white's king can be. And with the queen side being so badly positioned, white's playing without the rook and the bishop and the queen. It's not really a surprise that the white king is getting opened up here. And let's continue. There's a big threat. Queen takes pawn. So let's say you take here. I take with check. I might as well. Does black have anything better than a draw here? I expect the answer is a big yes, by at the right moment getting the other rook into the game.
Oh, hang on a second. Is there like weird moves? I almost feel like if I got rid of the king from G8, it was like did some abracadabra stuff. Maybe just remove it from the board completely. You have like the good old fashioned lawnmower, mate. Rook H8.
Well, maybe you could try recastling. You're like rewind, and you put the king back there, and you put the rook back there, and you say checkmate, and you just see what your opponent does, and they're like, what is going on? I have entered the Twilight Zone. Checkmate, my friend. I'd love to just see someone do that. I mean, I remember doing that this sounds quite bad, but I think I was 12 years old and I was playing King's Crusher, a famous YouTuber, and he was about to checkmate me in a tournament game. And he went walking around the tournament looking so confident, like, I'm going to crush this little kid. And I thought, well, I'm going to resign, but actually, I'm going to just scare him a little bit first. So I moved my queen into a position that checkmated him. And I just sat there like a little naughty 12-year-old. He came back to the board, and I said, checkmate. And he looked like he was going to have a heart attack, the poor guy. He was just like, he started like, I felt pretty guilty. He started shaking because I cheated. I'm admitting to it. And then, like, I said, checkmate. And he was like, what? And he didn't realise because he basically had forced checkmate against me. And I just moved my queen to. And then I said, look, I'm only joking. I'll resign. But the poor guy, for those moments, I think he must have lost. He must have lost some sensibility, poor guy. Because he's just waiting for me to resign, Ivanka. And
you're not the first person. You're not the first person who did that. My husband did that to a grandmaster.
Oh, really?
Grandmaster was not happy with him. My husband had signed the score sheet to say that he'd resigned and everything. He just thought, if I move my piece here, then just to see the look on his face, and the grandmaster was so annoyed, he just threw the score sheet at my husband. And I was like, wow.
I think you got to pick the right guy. Yeah. I mean, because King's Crusher has got a good sense of humour. Lovely guy, and I think playing a little joke before he resigns is okay. But if you pick the wrong guy, you might just get in a lot of trouble. Yeah. I mean, you could. I'd love it, Ivanka, if you could play like King H7 here, Rook H8, King G8, checkmate. Imagine that you move your king to give checkmate. That'd be like the coolest checkmate ever.
But is there so we've been like joking, like get the king out of the way. I mean, it really does feel like black is super close to checkmate. Is there? I
think the simplest would be here to just let's maybe give another check, just because I want to get my queen out of the way. And now I'm just going to get rid of that defender. And the other reason is I can take on e4 with check now that I moved your king here. Let's say you take with a bishop, and now I swing the big piece in, and I've kept these three pieces over here.
And you can't go queen g3 because that will drop the bishop on f1.
Yeah, queen g3 I take on f8. I'm threatening rook h2. Sorry, rook f2, queen h2, mate. I don't think white can defend this position. I mean, there's just too much happening in this position. Yeah, but I suppose what you do, Ivanka, as well, if you got this in a tournament, right, and you were black, I don't think you'd even need to calculate that far. If you got to this situation and you could see that you had a perpetual, you could be a bit lazy, follow your instinct. You'd be like, I've at least got a perpetual check with the black pieces, but I might have more, so I can try to work it out when I get a bit further. That's maybe what I would do. I mean, f5 looks like a really nice move to me, but it wasn't played here.
Oh, it wasn't played?
It wasn't played, no.
Oh, okay. And has Rick... I see rook c8, and that was awarded. That was awarded an X.
It was.
So that was, didn't find the key move, and I guess f5 must have been right.
I think so.
But I mean,
just go for the
thing is though, we are looking at this position from the comfort of our computers. We have the evaluation bar going. At some point, we can check with the engine. We can always take back. And it's really understandable that Fabiano, before initiating f5, which is a move I'm sure he feels he can play at any time, wants to just introduce all his pieces into the attack.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, moving a rook to the open file, I think giving this an X is a little bit harsh, because there can't be a more natural move than getting your rook to an open file and just plonk it along there. I like the game review says miss. Okay, I didn't realize that. They're making up new things. It's a miss. Okay, but I mean, this can't be a terrible move. It's just maybe that missed opportunity to play f5. And I think now it's going to be like whether white can settle the position. Maybe now white has a chance to develop this bishop, which is going to help his defense. I actually quite like putting it here, because we remember the queen was always threatening to come into g3 in some of those scary lines. And this bishop looks very active on this diagonal. And if white can play this move and maybe settle, make some exchanges, I think white will start taking over. I mean, black's idea might be to go knight c4, so those knights could also be quite vicious. But it's kind of short-term play against white's weakened king, against the longer play of the two bishops here. We'll wait and see. But in the balance at the moment.
In the balance at the moment, you said it, Simon. And let's revisit one other game, which I'm kind of very curious. It's Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces against Vasil Ivanchuk. Let's take a meander there and see what has happened, because we thought, white was doing relatively well, had a strong pawn center, but Magnus had to play precisely. So we left it around, I think, just a few moves on from here.
Yeah, so in this position, wow, this has gone very interesting. Ivanchuk with the white pieces needs to draw, and I would have thought, realistically, not many. If you're really going to be honest, not many players are going to give Ivanchuk that much of a chance, just because when Magnus needs to draw, he nearly always draws. He's very, very hard to beat. I mean, I don't know. What about people in the chat? Do you think? Did you think that Ivanchuk had very good chances here? Let's see, because the next move, it does seem logical. It's one of those moves we mentioned earlier, but it's very slow. I mean, rook a8 here, that seemed like a good normal move. Knight to d8, that knight is trying to sit here, but the problem, as we said before, is the knight could also be hit with an f5 move there. Chucky now moves his knight out of the way, and I think this is following the plan we mentioned, that the f-pawn is now ready to come to f4, followed by g4, followed by f5. White must win. He needs to take some chances. Magnus hits with this b4 idea. And we talked about this earlier, and we assumed that c4 would be a nice answer, because now black has to capture and get rid of his central pawn. The bishop takes. You might think that's a little bit odd, but the bishop keeps control of some key squares, including this one. Maybe the other pawn's getting ready to go.
And the knight is getting ready to go to b3, which is, as we know, knights are perfect blockaders.
It is. And we have a couple more moves. I mean, there might be better options, but the queen comes over to a4, getting some control of the queen side. Magnus going very passive here. Rook b7. And now, again, I didn't expect this move. Knight comes to f1 because it did look very natural over there. Let's just get to the current position. Magnus gets his knight into the center. Pressure now here, and knight g3 is played. This is where we are standing. And the first question is, well, there is a pawn on pre. That looks really dangerous to take. But it's changed quite a lot, the position so far.
Yeah. And that is the first question that one must answer, because the bishop is under fire. So, of course, black could play bishop g6.
Yeah.
But knight takes pawn. Can you steal that pawn? I don't think you can.
So if Magnus does take here, I'm assuming I can. I can't. I was thinking about pinning this one, but it doesn't really help. But the most forcing move is obviously to take the knight and then look at taking the bishop. And I think white has a bit of an intermezzo again. I can take this knight now, where you have to take back, otherwise you'd be a piece down. I don't capture your bishop in this position because you capture my bishop, and that doesn't help. So I've got to look at ways to defend my bishop, gain a useful tempo. And I think bishop a6, attacking the rook and attacking there will win the exchange and probably win the game for Chucky here. We see we have a couple more moves on the board, so let's just keep up with what's happened. That pawn couldn't be taken because of that. And what did Magnus do? Well, he very sensibly did your suggestion, Ivanka, just getting the bishop back to a good square there, bishop g6.
But this game still very dangerous for Ivanchuk. His pieces are very active, and I think it's the perfect time to leave you all on a cliffhanger, because we are going to take a short break, and after we return, we will come back straight to this position and we will dive into some more analysis. So don't go anywhere, and see you in a few minutes.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really is just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
Have you come to play? Pay your $5 and get in the chair. How are you? My name is Jude Akers. Chess has given me a life, and that chess table, which evolved to a place where no one wanted to be, has totally given me a world. You might cry about all the things that happened to me as a kid. Don't cry. I sailed through everything. The moment I found the first book of chess by Joseph Fleming, I was gone. And I bought a plastic chess set in a drugstore, ESLO company with a little manual by Frank J. Marshall, the legendary grandmaster. I put it on my bedspread and it gave off rays. I was gone, a gone pecan. And it literally will keep you alive if nothing else is going right. Chess has the power to, literally, as Taras said, make people happy.
And welcome back, everyone. And while we see Magnus pondering here, let's have a look at what motivates Magnus to participate in the FIDE World Cup.
Magnus Carlsen has already won almost every tournament imaginable, most of them several times. Norway Chess 5 times, Tata Steel Chess 8 times, the World Rapid and Blitz a combined 10 times, and of course the World Championship 5 times.
Wait a second, we have history. Magnus Carlsen is now the 5-time world chess champion.
Most players are at the World Cup because it is part of the World Championship system. Magnus is not here for that. So why is he here? This one event has eluded his otherwise ironclad grip on the chess scene. Despite the hits he's taken in this tournament, it's a format he enjoys.
Personally, for me, the World Cup is such a prestigious and interesting event. So I'm very happy to take part.
So he keeps coming back. 2023 will be Carlsen's 5th shot at the World Cup since 2005. To this point, he's only gotten as far as the semi-finals. To be fair to Magnus, his first try came when he was 13 years old and seeded 97th. The prodigy announced his arrival with a 10th place finish. By 2007, he was a semi-finalist. After that, other events took over as Magnus worked his way to the World Championship. He skipped the World Cup for a decade. In 2017, Magnus surprised everyone. He decided he wanted another chance at the Cup. Unfortunately, it ended up as his most disappointing try to date. Wu Jiangzhu beat him in the 3rd round. 2023 now marks the 2nd time, and first in 16 years, that Magnus has played back-to-back World Cups. In 2021, it appeared he might finally break through and win it all, but the young Jan Krzysztof Duda stopped him in the semi-finals. You can't win them all, they say, but once Magnus takes down the World Cup, he will have won them all. Is this the year he breaks through and checks one last thing off his to-do list?
And there we see Magnus concentrating hard while he plays with the black pieces against Vasily Ivanchuk. And that is the question, Simon, right? Can Magnus Carlsen win this elusive title?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly can. I mean, he's the favourite by quite a big margin to win it. I mean, he is still the best player in the world. I don't think any of his peers doubt it. The only people who doubt that are just mad, to be honest. A bit bonkers. So he's a great player. And this is an event that, the only event really, he hasn't won. He's won everything else. But it was, if you were listening to the interviews and the last couple of days, it was intriguing to hear him feel quite stressed out. I think that's the only way to explain it. And to, he's very honest in his interviews. I mean, this is one of the reasons I think so many people really like Magnus. He always has been. People in the past, they've been very cagey when interviewed. They don't say their true feelings. But Magnus was basically, he just said what he thought. And he just said, I don't know what I'm doing here. Why am I putting myself through this much stress? And I don't know many people would actually say that, but probably many people actually think that. But that is kind of part of the process, right, Ivanka? It is very stressful, but that's kind of the fun as well, right? Without the stress, you wouldn't get the ups and the excitement. So I think everyone feels that stress, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, whether you're you have to also remember that Magnus Carlsen, when he's playing against Vincent, he was in a must-win situation. He's got in the back of the head that he doesn't want to leave the competition so early because then it would be embarrassing for him. And he's also confessed to having those jitters that, he feels the stress. And yesterday, he played brilliantly as always, but he did say that, he was missing a few things in the opening. And
sorry to interrupt, Ivanka, but if you look at Ivanchuk's face, then just look at his face. He's shaking his head, Ivanchuk. We will just catch up with the moves. Has something gone wrong for him? I think we need to catch up with the moves, right? Because he's one of those easy to read books, Ivanchuk. If something's not going right, we will know. And just to catch up, he played rook to d1. Already you can wonder, what is the knight doing there? He's moving really quickly as well. He's got over an hour on the clock and he's playing like blitz chess. Magnus now plays a very nice idea. There's a beautiful square in the middle of the board. So he moves his knight around to control that lovely square. Rook a5, trying to pressurize that knight. Now rook a7. Maybe this is the move that Chucky missed. And they're playing so quick. He's still playing blitz chess. What is happening? So rook comes to a1. They're still moving. Calm down, guys. The other rook comes over. And the rook takes rook's happened. Rook takes rook, and queen takes. Okay, So I think we've had many exchanges, Ivanka. What? And now one more move, knight to e2. Sorry, I was going very quickly there. I mean, the obvious question is what happens if you take the knight? And I think the simple answer is this pawn is just far too strong. For example, yeah, white wins a pawn, but now you always have to worry about this b pawn. It doesn't matter being a pawn up here. You can even probably just throw this in and support your b pawn. So you can't do that. Knight e2 played. It doesn't seem like Ivanchuk's himself, right? Because he's playing so quick. To me, it just seems like he's very, very rejected at the moment during this game.
He is in a must-win situation, and take a look at what's happened. You know, before when we left it, yeah, you know, Black had the possibility of getting this passed pawn, but White had a kingside attack brewing, and of course, nice central control. Here, it's just an endgame where White has a 0 kingside attack. And also, it's all, as you mentioned, it's all about that b pawn. And that b pawn is ably supported by a bishop on g6 and also the bishop on e7. Where is the winning chances? In fact, I would say that Black is the only one with winning chances here. And when you're in a must-win situation, well, that is not good news.
No, 100% agree. And you might even consider like a move like queen a3, trying to swap the queens off it in this situation if you wanted to. I mean, even if you don't play that now, that's a move that's kind of lurking here. The other thing is, you know, if White is never capturing this pawn on d5, you can't really get rid of this blockade, and that is such a beautiful piece, the knight on d5. So, you know, you might just play a move like h6. I'd be very tempted to play this move. So my king also has it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even as I'll show you, I was just thinking about, say, what happens if White tries to play it positionally, like say bishop takes knight, and after pawn takes bishop, knight to f4, saying, well, look at that, I might win a pawn, and queen a3 is already this kind of stuff that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, this move is such a horrible move, Ivanka, isn't it? Always, because the black king is very safe, especially with a light squared bishop on h7. But this b pawn, or if it's an a pawn, this pawn's going to win the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
For black. So, and this is what Ivanchuk is starting to realize. I mean, I think where he went wrong, he played this knight around to g3, and I think if you go back there, Ivanchuk, you kind of hit the nail on the head. If you go compare the positions, somehow the black knight got to this square. Look how bad the black knight is here, yeah? It's going to take 1, 2, 3 moves. And this knight maneuver didn't really get White anywhere. You could just put the knight on b3, blockading this pawn, trying to come there. And you might even be able to go super aggressive here. You might be able to play like f4 and try to go g4 and just really go for it. But it started to go wrong for Chucky when he started to play knight f1. It's just too slow. And again, catching up with the current position, it's really improved drastically for black, Ivanka. And I think Magnus is going to comfortably hold this and go through to the next round.
And I remember your words of warning right at the beginning. You said if you're playing Magnus Carlsen and you want to beat him, do not take it into an endgame. And certainly don't take it into an endgame if you're just a little bit worse, because Magnus, he is the endgame magician. So good news for Magnus fans. Probably sad news for Chucky. I don't think he will be able to get that required victory he so desperately needs. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and see what's happening in other games?
Yeah, let's do it. So, I mean, that little video we saw before this as well, talking about Magnus and will he win this World Cup? Well, again, he is the favourite. You got to ask about his motivation a bit, because he did step out of the World Championships, and I think he's still really motivated. He just prefers the quicker time limits, and we could see a shift going more towards those time limits as things develop. Right, loads of interesting positions there, Ivanka. I'm trying to.
We should catch up on the ones we haven't actually managed to see. There's a few. There's Gukesh against Wang Hao. There's Nepomniachtchi against FIDE, and of course Aleksandra Goryachkina now representing Serbia. He's in a must-win situation against Lenia Dominguez. Shall we take a look at Gukesh? 17 years old with the white pieces. Can Wang Hao win this with the black? I mean, are we talking mission impossible here, or is there some chances?
Right, so we'll start with this one, and then we'll catch up on the other ones we haven't looked at so far. So this is the game between Gukesh, who is now the top player in India. This kid is just a phenomenon. There's so many fantastic Indian players. As we've mentioned, they are really, really dedicated. I think it's to do that. It's a real life-changing thing, right? In India, if you become strong grandmaster, you can make a great career out of it, and it's got a great. You're kind of a star in India if you play chess as well. I mean, in England, if you play chess, right? If someone asks me if I go and they say, "What do you do as a living?" I say, "I'm a chess player." They basically look at me like I'm completely mad, and I probably need to be checked in somewhere. Now, whether that's the case or not, it's not a cool thing to be a chess player still. In India, it's a really cool thing. So I think that kind of inspires the younger generation to really do something.
Yeah.
When I talk to a lot of players, Ivanka, they always say Gukesh. A lot of the guys say Gukesh, he's the one. I don't know which of the Indian players is stronger because there's too many of them, but he's so good, isn't he, Gukesh? Such a good
Gukesh is
player.
fantastic. And you almost forget watching him play and also seeing him in action that he's just 17 years old. And he's now on the quest to be the youngest person to ever cross 2,800. Alireza Firouzja holds that record. And just to kind of piggyback onto your point about the Indian talent, a lot of it is to do with having the right infrastructure. The young kids are actually not obliged to go to school. They just pass a few kind of obligatory exams here and there, but they are allowed to dedicate themselves solely to chess. They also like a really beautiful friendship net and support network between the lot of them. I remember in Chennai, you'd often see them like just hanging out, studying, playing chess, but then also playing table tennis and just running around. And that's super nice to see, because I think you do need that friendly competitiveness in order to propel you forward. And talking about moving forward, Wang Hao playing with black pieces, can he win this one and take its tie breaks?
Well, Wang Hao's style is normally grinding out very solid positions, and with the black pieces, he needs to do that here because, again, you evaluate a position, two things: the pawn structure and the pieces. And the pawn structure is dead even. One side you couldn't claim to be slightly better. I mean, these pawns are the targets in the middle of the board. I think both sides will be looking at trying to grab one of them at the right time. The queens are lined up there, but it's very hard to do that because you'll get hit, by a rook coming at the right time. Not now. The only other thing that makes a change is, okay, there's a knight versus bishop, and which piece is stronger? Generally, having a knight in the center of the board can be quite nice, but in the long run, if the queens come off, the bishop will again generally be better in ending where there's pawns on both sides of the board, and which there are here. And the reason for that is the bishop is just a long range piece, so it can go to both sides of the board quickly. The knight is short range.
Yeah.
And after
But
queen
symmetry,
b3,
the thing is that kind of concerns me is the symmetry in the pawn structure, because obviously, just to state the obvious, the bishop is only traveling on dark squares. The black knight can just hop around, jump around. And I don't know, somehow or other, I've got this kind of vague idea that the knight may be slightly better in this type of position, just because you can just imagine it parked itself. If it parked itself on e6 or even c6, it can target the d4 pawn, and then if you follow that up with some rook moves to e4, I don't know. It looks very level, but I just suspect that maybe in an endgame, the knight might be better.
yeah, it's a
Just,
good
but
point.
I'm talking small things.
Yeah, because the bishop can never attack the pawn there, right?
Yeah.
The pawn is on a light square, the bishop is on a dark square, so we can never target this pawn. On the other hand, the knight can target that pawn. And I think this is the ideal square for the knight. It kind of depends, right, on timing. I mean, I would have thought in this position, if the queens come off, white will very easily draw this one. don't see really. There's not that much danger, is there? I mean, it's really small things. One question before we move on is, what happens if black grabs this pawn, right?
Yeah.
Because, okay, if the queen's come off, let's put it on the board. Is there any way to, I mean, this, okay, it's double pawns, but in, you know, compensation for that, white has the open file. I just can't see black ever winning this position. I mean, even if you got your knight to e6, which is a long ask, should be a draw then anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
So I think
the pawns on b3 and b2, they don't look that weak because they can move forward, and also as compensation, you know, white has this lovely control of the A line. So let's have a look at the more critical one, queen takes pawn, because this will make a pawn grabber very happy.
And you are the pawn grabber.
Yes.
Songs were written about you. Is it, I'm a pawn grabber, won't you
I want to make you work hard. Yeah, that's right, Simon.
Is that right?
I'm going to grab that pawn.
You want to sing it for me?
I think.
Can you give me a little tune? Remind me of it?
Oh, Simon, I've been
tricked that way
practicing.
Before.
I'm always tricked by you. You always say, sing something. And like a bird, I'm like, yeah, Simon, let me impress you. Let me sing. But now I'm learning, say no. And you know how I can say it nicely if I tell you, not this time, but I'm open to the idea. If
you're not open to the idea of singing now,
I am. Not now.
Oh. Boo. Boo. Oh, I would always sing for you, Ivanka.
Okay.
Well, actually,
go for it.
Oh, no, hang on a minute. Famous last words. I'll take that back straight away.
We've got a lot of commentary coming up, Simon.
Oh,
I'm going to hold you to your word.
Yeah. And going back to the position, I mean, this move kind of like, there's no easy refutation because you have a big threat, and this is where the queen and knight can work very well. The big threat is already take on f2. So I don't have time to play like rook d1. This is the move I kind of like to play because I just want to simply win that one back, because obviously you just win everything. So I can't play rook d1. So I would assume white's idea is to block this and to gain the tempo by just poking the bishop back. And now the queen has to decide where it's going to go to. Do we come back here, keeping the queens on the board, or do we now try to go for a queen exchange? My first thought would be, right, I've won a pawn. Let's go for a queen exchange. And of course, if the queens come off, black's chances of winning have been drastically increased. So this looks to me like white would have to grab there. And this is now getting a much more unbalanced, isn't it, Ivanka? This is the kind of position, if you need to win, you need to go for with the black pieces.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Queen takes pawn. And by the way, I don't know why this thought occurred to me that the game review should have sound effects. Like when you make a miss, it should go like family fortunes.
It does. Do you want me to turn them on?
It does.
Just give me a second, yeah. Let me just turn them on.
That was a miss.
There you go. I'll turn them off again because they're quite annoying. Well, I've just turned them off again because I find them quite annoying. If you leave them on, you know, it gets especially in a time scramble, it can get really hectic. So I've turned them off there just so everyone doesn't have to deal with that anymore. But this is exactly the kind of position that black needs to go for. If you compare this, which is still all right for white, don't get me wrong, you compare it to where they started, you can see it's a more dynamic position. It's still equal, but it's more dynamic. You have a passed pawn. You know, the queen can be attacked. So I just feel Wang Hao's got to take on d4. I mean, I don't know how you follow this up. Maybe you can even play d4 with a pawn now.
d4.
Why not? You know, use your passed pawn. Use the passed pawn.
Yeah.
Could be.
Okay, and well, we have to continue this because white is either lost or has some compensation, but bishop moves, bishop f4.
Okay, so the bishop moves, and this pawn is like rolling. Look at that. I've also got threat of knight f2. I mean, this is suddenly turned into... I'd be a little bit scared if I was white here, right? Yeah.
Right, and the queen on b7 is doing a fantastic job at just defending any weak points. So rook c1, just how to
rook c1, walking into a d2.
Yeah.
Maybe even
This
d2
bishop
now.
takes.
The computer's saying d2
This
now.
bishop.
What
Really?
is going on?
I was banking on bishop takes pawn.
I think that's just a draw, though. Okay, there's a nice line with d2. I mean, the thing is, you don't even need to calculate this far, right? When you're in the initial position, Ivanchuk, you look at this, and you've got the black pieces, and you're like, right, I need to win. If I take the queens off, the position remains symmetrical. I'm playing Gukesh, quality player. It's going to be nearly impossible to win that. I think I must unbalance the situation, and he did. Did he do it? He did. So great choice from Wang Hao, very experienced player. He's taken that pawn because now we get a different structure, and the game has gone. Bishop e3, queen c4, and now rook d1. Not grabbing that pawn. Gukesh is like, I'm just going to try to win that pawn back, keeping it very, very symmetrical. And now
this is clever stuff from Gukesh.
Very clever, because he's got a lot of pressure on the pawns. He's got pressure on that pawn and on that pawn. Black now decides to take the queens off and defend this pawn, and well, it's definitely heading towards a draw. This rook d1 was a quality move, Ivanka, wasn't it? It was a good,
fantastic
really,
move.
really good move. Because if we go back to this position, we were kind of looking at this queen take, where I was, queen takes b7, but then it gets a little bit out of control. But by not being greedy, by just controlling everything, you're going for a more symmetrical structure, but you're not giving your opponent any chances. And now I just don't see how black will have any winning chances in this position. The bishop is really, really nice here. And you could say these are maybe a little bit of a problem for white, but I just don't see it. I think this is great play by Gukesh, and it's going to head to a draw, right?
Yeah, I do think that as well. I mean, the only thing that I can see is that white shouldn't slide into too much passivity, and by that, like, may just basically take too many negative decisions, maybe make too many kind of trades that benefit black. So for instance, if you move the rook back to d3 and black goes rook d8, I wouldn't necessarily rush to trade off rooks, because the only thing that I can see is that black could try to maneuver a rook to b5. This is asking so much of the position, and the knight to coming to d5.
Yeah,
but
to try and
you need white to really acquiesce to that one.
I mean, if you just think about the only weakness in the position that white has, it's really the only slight weakness is the b3 pawn. So that's why you're trying to target, Ivanka, right, your rook. But even then, it's not a major problem. I mean, if the pawn was on a3, they might as well shake hands now. But as the pawn is there, that's the only target black's got to go for. But white has the open file. So white's got, this. White's also got the more active rook. His rook is in the center. It can actually also start targeting things itself. And this is going to be a draw. I think we can move on. This one, unless something drastic happens, Gukesh is going to go through to the next round.
Yep. And let's go back to the bird's eye view. And there is still one game that we haven't checked out, and that's Nepomniachtchi against FIDE. And yesterday's encounter, that was a draw. How is it looking for Nepomniachtchi, who has the white pieces?
So two fantastic players. Nepo, of course, been in the World Championship final a couple of times now. Must be a little bit gutted that he didn't win it, the last attempt around, but did it. Another, I mean, I can't really call him an older player from India, can I? But he is, compared to some of the other guys, a little bit older, but a great player. Symmetrical position again. So pawn structures, there's nothing that dynamic, but white's pieces.
Simon.
Yeah.
Something that is not symmetrical is the clock times.
Yeah.
Take a look at that. Nepomniachtchi, just over 1 hour.
Oh.
Whereas FIDE, just over 15 minutes. Like, what on earth happened here?
Yeah, there's a massive time. And if we look at how many moves they've played, okay, there's 10. Okay, now black has played a move. He's defending that pawn. There's 10 moves to make, I think, until they get more time. So it should be safe. He's got to make a move like, every 1.5 minutes. So it should be all right. But if it does get messy at any moment, it could start getting quite risky. I mean, it looks fairly even to me, Ivanka. I think black can always start swapping off rooks. I mean, if anything, this pawn over here really helps black's structure because b2 is a long-term weakness. And that pawn, you can't really ever move as white because of en passant. So is there any way white can attack knight f5? I just move the king, right? Doesn't look scary.
Yeah, it doesn't look scary. I would be more tempted to put the knight on d5.
Okay, so we go knight d5 here. Let's say I just centralize the rook, get ready to play c6. I want to obviously kick that knight away at the right time.
Just wondering
I think
how to build from this. I was thinking queen f3.
Yeah, queen f3 targeting there. And I think I'm going to be very solid as black here, just huddled up in this kind of position. And again, c6. As soon as I play c6, I exchange more pieces.
Yeah.
And maybe I slightly prefer black. And
Queen d1.
Queen d1, nice move.
Just to keep it going.
And if I play c6, am I going to fall for a trick?
Well, there is knight b6, and I am going to try and claim that.
Let's worry about.
There's a pawn. There's a pawn on a4.
About...
That's about to fall in my pocket.
Okay, yeah. And now this pawn could even be weak, right? Okay, maybe. I mean, c6 is probably rushing it a little bit. I mean, I can also start using my knight.
Yeah.
I can come one of these two ways and attack. I like c5. This is a great square for black's knight because I defend my pawn and I attack the pawn. It's got to be fairly even at the moment, this.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, also very dynamic because if, say, in this type of position, white makes a bad move, like f3, ugh, what a horrible move, then knight b3 looks like it could be very, very annoying. I mean, definitely. You kind of highlighted that pawn on a4, strength, weakness. Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, I would say in the long run, black's probably better, right? Because in the long run, black has this better pawn configuration. White's pawns, they're static, especially these two. They can't really move. You could say black's got a static pawn, but this really helps give black a nice hold here. And in the long run, the b2 pawn could be weak. So I don't think Vidit's in really any danger as of yet, except on the clock there. Now, I'm hearing maybe things are happening on Magnus's game, so I think we should probably jump back. And I'm not going to call him the world champion, even though I have done before. The strongest player in the world, or the legendary Magnus Carlsen. Should we have a look at how he's getting on?
Definitely. And yeah, I'm just taking a look at the position.
Whoa, a lot's happening.
And a lot is happening. And already I can see that Magnus is just win this game. Well, maybe not win this game, but win the match for sure.
Yeah. And the last time we looked was around here, and we didn't like White's chances. And Magnus just played Queen A3, Ivanka, anyway. He played it straight away, which looks like a good move, right?
Certainly does.
As soon as the queens come off, Chucky goes the ending. Only one side can be better, and it's the side with the passed pawn. And black's got a passed pawn. Yeah, it's blockaded at the moment by the bishop. But white's pawns, they're just immobile. They're blockaded. So these pawns are kind of useless now when the queens come off. So Magnus now moves his bishop to a more active square. He now exchanges knights. And he does this just to make it simpler. He only needs a draw. So he goes for simplifications. Now the question is d5. Well, d5 is just going to be met by c4. And black is quicker. So you can't play that. If you can't play that, it's bad news. You have to make more exchanges. And even if Magnus didn't have this pawn, I would give him favourite to draw the position. But he does have that pawn. And Chucky, well, the more exchanges you get, the more closer to a draw. That's an interesting move. Moving the king, allowing the exchange there. But Magnus is just going to Hoover mode. And he's just hoovering up everything. There they go, off the board. And, well, okay.
But this is a weird move from Chucky as well, because the first thing that I'm looking at as a certified materialist, which takes... Oh,
well, why not? I mean, there's a pawn
Yeah,
on
exactly.
3. I take
And
the
after
pawn.
king c4, bishop to e1.
Well, just a pawn up, right? I mean,
Exactly.
you can never lose as black unless you really. And the thing is, this might be winning because the only way you can win back the pawn is by playing this. But then in the king and pawn ending, the white king is so far away, and the black king might just be able to, this would be a race. So let's say you did get this, Ivanka. It's very easy to count this kind of position. I mean, I will say the great way to try and prove your calculation is start with king and pawn endings. So we're going to cheat, and we're going to say, okay, is black winning here, for example, with this, allowing bishop takes b4? But then if you were trying to improve your calculation at home, you'd look at this position and you'd work it out without moving any pieces. And if you keep doing this process, you get better at visualizing and calculating. But we'll just show it because we're cheat. Let's say you get this. It's very forcing. That's why it's very easy to calculate. And the black king, I think we can see, is just too quick, right? It's just going to gobble up and win the game. So,
yeah.
So I think Chucky's given up really a little bit here. I don't know if we have the Chucky cam. Is that him in the background?
Yeah, he's in the background.
Yeah.
And I think he just forgot about the pawn on f2.
And the thing is, even in this, I mean, I suppose even if Chucky can draw, there's no way he can win this one. That's the point, right? I mean, yeah, he might have other moves, but
yeah, and they've passed move 40s.
Yeah.
So I guess at the worst, Chucky could just offer a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can easily win this pawn back, Ivanka. We've just shown one line where you can't win it back. So if Magnus needed to win this position, I think he'd have good chances. But Magnus is going through to the next round. I don't think there's any doubt about that at all now.
Yeah, and I almost feel tempted. Well, actually, I will cross out Ivanchuk on my notepad. And
don't ever cross out Chucky. That even when he goes out, you can't cross him off. I mean,
I know, but that's the nature of the game. This is the kind of tournament where you lose, you make one bad decision, and that's it. You are going home on the first flight.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the pain on his face looking at the camera. This is one of his usual poses. He does have the nose picker with his fingers. I mean, but this is kind of his thinking pose, and you can see he's really rejected there. It was really hard for him to come and compete in this tournament. Actually, Magnus Carlsen, because obviously leaving Ukraine is not easy for men of a certain age at the moment, and he had to get special permission to leave Ukraine, and he got actually a sort of a letter written, signed by many chess players, encouraging his government to let him leave to be able to compete. And one of the main names on that letter saying that we want Ivanchuk to play in this event was Magnus Carlsen. Including many other top players. But Magnus Carlsen signed this letter, really appreciating the strength of Ivanchuk. But he is going
Simon.
Out.
Yeah, he is going to go out, but I mean, he can take solace that he's had a tremendous tournament so far. He beat Henriques Villagra, he beat Wei Yi in the Rapid, he beat Sanal Vaihep in round 4. And there we see the king going to c4. This is it.
Yeah, again, it's the same issue. Let's say I move my bishop back as it's attacked. You have to now again calculate, can white take that pawn? And I don't think he can. I think he's too slow. And again, this is a great bit of calculation in your head. We can try doing it without moving the pieces now. Bishop takes pawn. Bishop takes, king takes, king, 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 king. And black's too quickly. Black's winning that ending. So you can't even take that pawn there. And again, in a real game situation, you'd have to double check your calculations. But if you can't take the pawn, black is probably just winning as well. So, yeah. Sad.
And also, I just wanted to point out one technique that you can do as well. Don't just look at the direct path to the pawn. Have a look at the diagonals as well. Because if your king moves to the diagonal, it actually takes the same amount of squares. And you can do a technique called shouldering, where you can just push the defender king away. And there you can see Simon highlighting how to do it.
I'm just making some nice patterns on the board there. There we go. This is the proper technique. Everyone should know this way of maneuvering. Interesting.
It's
Okay.
called the random technique.
The
Black will be
random
fine.
pattern technique.
Okay, shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at
definitely.
some of the other games?
Let's have a look.
It's not just Vasil who is facing elimination.
It was a very interesting
lots of
game, and a
exciting.
game we haven't been to. I mean, Salem's game seems to be this. Let's go there. That's really interesting. White needs to win that one, and that's kind of heating up, I think, tactically. Should we pop over there?
Let's go over there.
Okay, so we had this position, and we were talking about both sides' plans around here. And let's just remind everyone that Salem with the white pieces must win to take it to tiebreak. And he's gone for a reverse King's Indian. And we thought that was quite a good idea, keeping pieces on the board. And he did go for this plan of playing f4 by moving his knight out of the way. Standard idea. And we did get exactly the position we were predicting. The knight comes and annoys that pawn, but it's quite easy to deal with. Okay, you have to move your queen back, but it doesn't matter because you're going to play f4. Lots of moves being played, and this bishop can be good or bad, but here we see that white can't go for a draw. He has to go for the win, so he moves his rook. Black getting ready for the standard b5 idea and c5, getting counterplay on the queen side. This a5 idea, well, the computer doesn't like it, but it's a very logical idea. If that pawn moves, you take on passant. Bishop comes back. Maybe this is why it's a mistake, because black can win a pawn, but that maybe doesn't matter because you're going to attack on the king side, supporting the knight. Black now grabs this pawn. The rook comes back, and this is often what you get in the King's Indian. Black's, well, the guy, the side with the big pawn in the center often is doing really well, but as soon as f4 comes, it gets really scary. So let's get to that position. Or is he even going to play f4? Let's have a look. Queen c7, bishop g4. Okay, there was a missed chance there, apparently. Not a big one. Bishop g5 was slightly better. Let's go back. a5, this pawn, it looks really scary, though. Bishop g5, and now rook e6. And there is a chance for white, Ivanka, here. All of a sudden. White, he missed it. He missed the best chance. This move, very logical, but there was a missed opportunity. White needing to win this game had, well, knight takes g7 apparently.
That's the move that you are kind of inclined towards, especially if you see the computer evaluation bar shoot up like that. But can we quickly check it out why that was so good? Knight takes g7.
Yeah, so you take on
King
g7.
Takes.
And now you actually just play it quite simply. You take the rook, and here you have to open the position. And the reason is f4. And suddenly Black's king is looking so bare here. I mean, this is the computer says it's good for white, but for a human, I think to evaluate this would be really tough, right? Really, really tough.
And by the way, Simon, just to update you, Magnus Carlsen did defeat Vasil Ivanchuk, so that means Magnus is now through to the semi-finals. No, quarterfinals, sorry, my apology.
Yeah, well done, Magnus. He made it look pretty smooth, this match. Ivanchuk, not on his top form, but great to see him playing here. And let's just hope he gets a chance to play many more tournaments of Ivanchuk and we see him rolling. But we had a look at that. It did look like Ivanchuk was getting knocked out there. Okay, so this was, going back to this game, this was a missed chance for Slem, but his move also seems very logical. He plays f4. Let's forget about that dubious mark. And this is a real race situation. White's pieces, they're all converging over on the black king. But black has this simple and straightforward idea. Push and queen. Push and queen the pawn.
Push and queen the pawn, yeah, but there's a problem of checkmate or bad stuff happening to the black king. So the first question that I would be asking is like, what are the alternatives? What is white threatening? So if you do go pawn takes pawn, isn't knight takes g7 still a problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big threat is knight takes g7, as you say, Ivanka. I mean, let's just say you played a4 as well, right? Just to show how strong it is here. Now we've got another attacking unit. This is just completely devastating, because if we do the same line as we do before, well, I'm not even sure if black can take this, because after here, suddenly this knight has to move. When the knight moves, it also allows the white queen to come into the king side. That knight does a very good job of stopping the queen coming in. And I think just black can resign here. So you can't do that. That's the threat in the position. And black has to find out a way to do that. So Ivanchuk was just suggesting this could be a possibility. Well, not a possibility for the same.
There's not a
and
possibility.
Again, same
Maybe
reason,
the same,
I think, yeah.
Same reason, right? Knight takes pawn.
And you, again, take the rook. And here, I think you want to hit the knight, make that knight move so the queen can come in. And if rook f8, I can start piling up on the f file, I assume.
Yeah.
Like this. So this is a bit scary for black now. I think Salem has some good chances of leveling the match here.
So
this move.
Just kind of thinking ahead, I mean, what can black play in order to neutralize white's attack? Yeah, we see that the evaluation bars are 50% even Stevens, but this looks wild. Is it knight takes bishop?
Well, let's say you go knight takes bishop. I mean, this is a move I wouldn't want to play as black, just because I'm allowing, I wouldn't even calculate. I'm just like allowing the queen in. And all of a sudden, I would just look at this and I'd be like, I can't play that. I mean, if you try to block with a rook, well, you know what's going to happen here. The H-pawn's now going to come, right?
Yeah.
As always. And I just push. I mean, I don't know. This looks really scary. Big attack for white here.
It certainly looks like Avasov will be crossing that minefield. There's so much danger and poison in white's position. Well, we will see in a few minutes as we take a quick break whether he will be able to navigate that. But first, there is a very special event coming up on the horizon. Well, you've heard of Titles Tuesday, the weekly blitz events for title players like Hikaru, Magnus, and other Super GM regulars. Now get ready for Untitled Tuesday. You heard that right. We're bringing Title Tuesday to you. Put your blitz skills to the test and see how you fare. Anyone is eligible to play in weekly Untitled Tuesday tournaments. Use !Untitled in chat to find out how. And with that, we'll refill our coffee cups and more action from the 2023 FIDE World Cup on the other side of this break.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody. Hey.
I'll be white.
White.
Yeah, 'cause I need all the advantage I can get.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the chess.com app. Do you ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
You said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game, thanks for playing. Good game, thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
Chess grandmasters can lose 10 pounds and burn 6,000 calories just by sitting.
Yeah, so I've actually been spending a lot of time getting in shape. Wow, that's great. What are you doing? Mostly like rook lifts. Oh, I've never heard of that. It's a thing. Don't look it up.
309 players, 206 men and 103 women, are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh D. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
And welcome back. We are right in the middle of all the action of round 5, game 2, where people could be going home. Every move will matter. And there we see the players in the playing hall. We already see some empty seats. Well, let's have a look at the bird's eye view and find out what exactly is happening and who is through to the semi-quarterfinals and who will be going home. And already you can see 2 results. As we know, Magnus Carlsen defeating Ivanchuk with the black pieces, but also Gukesh qualifying into the quarterfinals after that very solid draw against Wang Hao. It was a bit of an ask, right? To win on demand with the black pieces for Wang Hao.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, Wang Hao's a very solid player, but I kind of think the match was pretty much over yesterday when he lost with the white pieces. That was a major, major win for Gukesh. And Gukesh is looking incredibly focused and strong in this event. And I wouldn't write him off to win the whole thing. You know, he's one of the players who's playing the best quality chess. If we have a look at the other boards, and we'll have a deeper look at them later on, we can see the top left next to Carlsen's game, Duda versus Caruana. Still a very interesting position there. It's knight versus 1 bishop. Kind of looks like, I don't know whose king is weaker there. I still think white's king is a little bit weak, but very interesting structure. Nepo versus FIDE in the top right. That seems very balanced to me. I expect they'll be going to playoff. And any other games you want to sort of point out there, Ivanka?
Yeah, and one game that we haven't really checked up on, although we will certainly look at it in more detail later on, is Alexei Serrano against Lenny Dominguez. Lenny Dominguez won in a very exciting game yesterday, and Serrano looking like he has a small advantage, but of course needs to nurture that one further if he wants to survive in the tournament. And going to the bottom right where we see Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh, I don't know what's happening in that game. But yesterday it was a draw between these two, so anything can happen.
Yeah, I would say that Gukesh's position, I was going to say, he's got a bit better, but again, it's that king. We pointed out the safety of the king and his French defenses. I mean, the black king, it is in the middle. I think it's going to have to stay in the middle now. And I never really like leaving my king in the middle of the board because it gets in the way of the rooks. So actually, I think Prague is still got a nice edge there. Yeah. And there's absolute chaos in the bottom right-hand corner. We were looking at that a minute ago. The computer says it's dead even. but there's pieces flying everywhere. And the last game, I think Ivanka is
dead even.
Sorry, Ivanka. Yeah.
Yeah. It's between Erigaisi and Grandelius. Grandelius also needing to win with the black pieces. That's looking like it's going to be a Herculean task. And let's take a look at the bird's eye view of the women's games. And let's start from the top there with Harika against Goryachkina. Players drew yesterday. What's it looking like now?
I think it's just going to be a draw. The top left game. They're in a rook and pawn ending. It looks like black's rook is a little bit more active, so I think Harika has to be careful. But this is, I would have thought, a drawing technique. Checking the black king. The black king either has to lose protection of the pawn or go very passive, and I expect it will be a draw. Actually, very quickly. I don't think there's going to be much more play left. They could even repeat the position now. Next to that, you have Kostianashvili needing to win that game. Is that right, Ivanka? We had a look at that earlier, and
it was again very complex. White had that perfect Catalan bishop sitting on g2. She still has that bishop on the board, but somehow or other the play has fizzled out, and whilst White still does have that advantage, it's looking somewhat more comfortable for black.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's go to that game and we can look at it in a bit more detail. So this is a game where White must win because in the first match, Tam managed to get victory. And it is the two bishops. That's the good thing about the position. Always nice to have two bishops. But you often lose a lot of that advantage when one of those bishops is swapped off, because the good thing about the two bishops is one bishop covers all the light squares and the other bishop controls all the dark squares. So they kind of control so many squares. And look at this. I'm going to paint the board again. Ivanka, I occasionally like getting the red paint out and just throwing it on the board. But when you lose one of those bishops, that advantage often goes. So my first thought, I'm black. I want to get rid of the advantage pair.
Bishop c5.
Okay, I mean h6 first also makes sense. But at some point, bishop c5 would have been my first thought. Just exchange one of them off. And then it's knight versus bishop. Not a big deal. Symmetrical pawn structure. And that would have been the way I would have played. But h6 has been seen on the board. I mean, there's still play for White. There's a lot of pieces left, but black in no trouble here. Would you think, or what do you reckon, Ivanka?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this last move, h6.
Seems strange.
Because it does seem strange, and the first move that I'm thinking of is, well, why not put the rook on c6? Get motoring.
Right. Improve the positioning of the rook, tying the knight down, and also threatening maybe to win a pawn. I like that move, just improving the pieces. Now, again, I really want to exchange this bishop off. I mean, I would have played this last move, but let's see. Can I do it now? Let's try it. And if you don't exchange, I'm going to argue that my bishop is trapping your rook. It's a bit better placed on this square. I've also got knight b8 as a horrible move.
Yeah, I suddenly just saw that. It dawned on me that I might have done some bad things to my rook. Because I was thinking, I just go bishop d2. Actually, bishop d2 could be still a move, because after knight b8, the idea is to go b4. I saw that one in advance.
It's getting a bit complicated, this one, for my liking. And yeah, this is quite crazy, because now if I take the rook,
pawn takes bishop.
Here, but you're attacking my knight and attacking that pawn. Yes, White is the exchange up, but even when you move the knight, even when you're maybe going to win a pawn, that is a monster of a passed pawn supported by one bishop. And maybe black is okay, but White's got all the chances here. So I wouldn't want to go into this. No way. Not from this solid position I start with. So rook c6, an interesting idea. I mean, just putting a little bit of pressure on the position. Other things that White can do is maybe improve your bad pieces. So this rook is not doing anything. Maybe bring that to an open file. You can't go wrong by improving your pieces.
That makes a lot of sense, Simon.
It does. I mean, the thing is, a lot of it's about timing, isn't it, Ivanka, I guess? And you've got time here.
Yeah, you certainly do have time. And I just kind of wanted to point out that rook to d1 actually is the move that you probably should be thinking about playing immediately, because there's a little rule, and it's quite a static rule, so you've got to be flexible about it. But basically it says when it comes to choosing which piece to improve, choose the one with the most value. And the rook is worth 5. You know, choose that one first over a bishop over the king.
Yeah, why not move it to an open file? And I mean, a good if you want a little hint at home when you can do these kind of slower maneuvers, it's you look at your opponent's last move, and chess is really about timing. You know, if your opponent plays a move like h6, it's quite clear that h6 is not going to threaten a big checkmate attack. It's a threat. It's just a small, slow way to try and improve the position by getting that pawn off a vulnerable square. And then you know you have time to maneuver in a slower fashion. So a move like rook d1 is certainly playable after a move like h6 here. I mean, I guess this is equal, but it's more equal for white, right? That's what I'd say. I'd say white has a slight advantage.
I agree.
Should we move on to try and find a game with a bit more action?
Right, let's go back to the bird's eye view, because we still have some players in a must-win situation. And I think that the game between Elizabeth Pates and Mazichuk, the third game, is going to end in a draw, if I've done my maths right. And I think the real action is happening in the game Shuvalova against Salimova. Remember, Shuvalova is in a must-win situation, and there is a black pawn on a3 that excites me no end.
Yeah. So
what's happening here?
Okay, well, let's have a look. So we had this position before, and black's opening, to my eyes, looks really risky, especially in a position where you only need to get a draw and you give white all this activity. So brave play from black. But now white maybe doesn't take the opportunity to open things up. So the game continued, bishop g5, and we'll just whiz through the moves very, very quickly. Bishop e7, white castling quickly, and here comes, what was it, the giraffe attack? No, the Noah's Ark.
The Noah's Ark.
But what is this? Because now C4 occurs, and there is a Noah's Ark trap. But on the downside, D5 is very weak. So white comes in to D5. Oh no, he doesn't. No, she doesn't. Why didn't she go? Why didn't she just go Queen D5 one?
Pawn takes. Maybe she was afraid that her queen would get trapped.
Maybe. Okay, we'll move on, because that looked like the critical move. White sacrifices a piece instead, but this is also quite tempting because you stop black from castling, and you get 3 pawns for the piece. Very sharp position, Ivanka. Just the kind of position you want if you need to win. But this is a great idea from black, opening up the rook. Lovely play. White trying to keep the queen side closed. And why not a3 there? a3 would be the logical way to continue. Just trying to keep it open and just shove it down the board.
Sophisticated Simon.
Shove it against Shuvalova. And now e5 comes, and it's still a mess, isn't it? a3. There you go. It's coming. b3. And this is where we are. I mean, I'm just trying to work it out. Bishop takes d6 played, and I'm assuming white has to keep the queens on the board, right?
Yeah, you have to. Otherwise, the pawn on b4 will fall. And let's not forget that the runaway pawn is still an operation on a3.
It is the runaway
so
pawn.
you have to go. You have to go e takes d6.
Yeah. So what's the time situation? So white.
You could move the queen. Sorry. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, move the queen and try to take with the rook. Yeah, that's
rook,
flash.
Yeah.
I suppose the logical move though is something like this, and we can try to work out what on earth's happening here. I mean, equal on material, but it kind of looks like the white king is in more danger than the black king. And in these double-edged positions, it's often about king safety. And I say that because black's got some attacking chances with this a pawn. Really complex situation, and maybe also queen f6. Right? Let's do that. I always like threatening checkmate in one move, because you never know, Ivanka. That one day you might fall. You might fall for it. Who knows?
And it's a good improving move as well. I mean, there's also that. So it fulfills both criteria. And the question is how to defend. You don't want to be going 94, after all. Black is material up. So you've got to go c4 or c4.
Oh, c4 though.
But
more
it's
space.
Nasty. No, a2 is happening.
Oh, but it's a lovely checkmate.
No, take.
We've got to show the checkmate. We've got to show the checkmate.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Ivanka, but we got to show it, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Because suddenly these pieces combine beautifully, and it's a nice idea. It's if you could get one more or couple more moves in, maybe it's okay. But this one, isn't it? It's a big check.
Yeah.
King comes here and bang. That is really nice. So have to take it. Don't defend b2 anymore. So dangerous for white. I don't think Polina is. I think Black's doing very well here, right? I mean, it's really complicated. So that's the advantage. And Polina does have a big time advantage, but she's having a long think here because she's probably realised that if you take with a pawn, Queen f6 is really scary. Does it help to go c3, Ivanka, though? Because that's a... No, is it the same? Oh, no, you just drop b3.
No, I think it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, maybe the same thing.
Oh, yeah, bishop takes b3. That's why I ended up with c4. So that means you have to block it with knight e5. And...
And if you have to block it with knight e5, well, I can simply just take that and win a pawn, can't I?
Right, exactly. Yeah. And the more pawns you win, or the more pieces that get traded off, then the more that extra bishop is going to start to count.
Yeah. So it looks very good for Black here. Very exciting position, this one. Polina trying everything. I mean, it's still... I still think this could go either way. It's only move 19. Look at the time. You're going to get nervous if you know you're just very close to qualifying. I mean, this is where you have to try and keep your cool and still open to many things, lots of action occurring on that board. And that leaves us, I think, with one... Was it one other game we haven't looked at?
Yeah, but it was between Elizabeth Pates and Anna Mozichuk. But that game, if we go back to it very, very briefly, it looks like it was just going to be headed into quite a straightforward draw. But of course, I actually think that Black is the only one that is slightly better there on account of those passed pawns there on the queen side.
Yeah, so this is the ending we have, and we can just have a very quick look at it. Elizabeth Pates versus Anna Mozichuk, and as Ivanka says, it does look very much like a draw. It's this equal material in the ending, but you know these queenside passed pawns, there can be a little bit of an issue if your king can't get to the centre in time. But I think the white king is now ready to motor in. And another thing in white's favour is the pawn on f5. The pawn on f5 is stuck on a light square. So it's always going to be a target for this bishop. You don't want to put your pawns in the same colour square as the bishops in the ending because they'd just be targets. Right. So should be a draw, but a bit of...
There's only one tiny line that I want to show. Yeah. For instance, white does have to be a little bit careful. Say, for instance, you go king f2.
Yeah.
And Anna's idea is pawn takes pawn.
Yeah.
And if you go bishop takes pawn, the idea is to go bishop e6. And that is the danger that I was talking about when I was referring to passed pawns and pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, good spot, Ivanka, because this is, I mean, it is the outside passed pawn. When is it the most strongest? And it's the most strongest in a king and pawn ending. And if you did exchange bishops here, if Lizzie did go for this potential to get a pawn here, the reason it's so strong is that the white king has to be drawn all the way to stop that pawn. And what does that do? It leaves the other side of the board vulnerable, so the black king can come in there. And that's your standard technique to win those positions. So it seems like there's a little bit of danger, actually, I think, for white here, even though it should be a draw. This configuration over here, it's like, okay, you got to be careful. And Lizzie, it looked like she wasn't sure about... She went to move a piece there, but she changed her mind, I think, at some moment.
It looked like she was going to go for a3 or pawn takes pawn. Well, we are still expecting this one to finish in a draw. But let's go back to the bird's eye view in the open section. We have still 6 games outstanding and a lot of drama. Where do you want to head to first, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of drama brewing. I mean, looking at the positions, they're getting quite interesting. I mean, I'm just going to...
Is Vidit like down to 10 seconds? That Vidit there on the top right?
He's down to 10 seconds, but it seems like quite a boringish position. I mean, I think he'll be okay on time. We can see his time ticking down. He might have just made the time trial. I can also see, if we look at Erigaisi versus Grandilius, it seems like black is a pawn up, but it's a dead draw. Opposite colour bishop, so it looks like Erigaisi, another one of the Indian players, is going to be going through. We did say we'd have a look at the one game we haven't looked at. Maybe we should catch that one up, Caruana versus Dominguez. We can quickly go there and just see how things are going.
But I just kind of also want to check up on the big matchup between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Fabiano Caruana, because I'm looking at the bar. I'm always determined by the bar. That's always guides where I should go to, because look at it. It's all the way on Fabiano's side.
Right, okay, wow. So let's go there. And it was very exciting. And we had this position where the white king was looking a little bit exposed, all about king safety in chess. And we saw rook c8 played. But now white playing bishop e3. It looks like a normal square, but it's going to be a target for the black knight. f5, the move we very much liked, and also a target for the black pawn. f3, the knight now comes in. Very aggressive play from Fabi. Bishop takes here, a mistake. Look at the white king. It's getting opened up. Things have gone really wrong for Duda here. Capture on e4. And now the capture on e4 again. And the current position is queen d5 on the board. Whoever wins this game, if we do have a winner, that is, they go through to the next round. They both got enough time off, but look at the light square domination by black's pieces in the middle of the board. There is going to be some kind of threat of e3 with the queen being released. And also you've got to watch out for the knight moving and the rook being released. Lovely centralization, right? Looks really good for black, this position, Ivanka.
It does look optically fantastic for black, but I'm just wondering, like, what is the move to kind of secure that material advantage?
Well, I think I want to move the knight.
We see him reaching. He's just, what's he played? King g3?
King g3, okay. So
King g3, that was the move that I wanted to play. And I can see the evaluation bar was like,
But just look at the kings, Ivanka. I mean, the white king is so exposed, but the black king is really safe. These two pawns are actually just blockading it, right? It's great, these pawns. You'll never be able to take the black king, but the white king is just too exposed. I mean, you're thinking, how does black improve? I was thinking maybe you guard the rook somehow so the knight can move. Like I could go rook c6, just improve, very simple move to play. And now my knight has more options, like knight e5. You can't take the rook. Just improve slowly, like this.
Yeah. And I guess do you have ideas of g5, or is that unnecessary?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Why not? G5, trying to get rid of the bishop. Good move. I mean, the other thing you could do is maybe now move the rook to f8 and threaten g5, because that's another way your knight can move. Okay, you move your rook away from the queen, but maybe that wasn't too powerful. And this idea of g5, using that pin, it could be really strong.
Yeah.
So, looking
good for Fabiano.
Looking really tough. And Fabiano does have the time advantage, so he can now think about the position, and he doesn't have to rush into making a big choice here. I mean, you can go wrong as black here if you try to force it too quickly. Like, I don't think e3 works because white just takes it. You know, I mean, you've got to build up. And I think moving the rook here makes sense because these three pieces are so idyllic at the moment.
Totally. And also makes a lot of sense, right? The rook on c8 isn't doing anything other than just guarding the pawn. The knight on c4. So improve it.
Yeah.
Rook to f8.
Rook to f8.
It carries with it.
Yeah.
Some threats.
Definitely. And the simpler move is rook c6, right? Because you just guard it in a really safe way. So if you want to be lazy, rook c6. But if you spot now that there's this pin, then this looks, you might as well, you want to create threats, right, Ivanka? And rook f8 creates a much bigger threat than rook c6. creates the simple and strong threat of g5. And at this level, it's just the kind of move that they will spot nearly immediately. So
Right.
really good chance for Fabiano to go through to the next round.
Totally. And just kind of just to kind of see, like g5 is obviously the main threat, but if you were to go something like rook f2, I'm just seeing
Always
how
looking out for this,
bad
aren't
is
they?
it?
Always trying to get this one to work.
Okay, so if you do go I couldn't quite see it working, although I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to watch out for e3, but obviously you have to play bishop takes, and is there a follow-up there? Can't see it. I mean, you can try to get your queen in.
You can go queen.
So, I mean, e3 the move that black's going to watch out for. Why you
Oh, wow. So e3 is actually, if you look at the bar,
yeah,
it's saying this is the killer move. So bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, and now my first thought was that, I've opened up the way for the queen, but I can't see a way that that's going to win. It might. I mean, there's some nice lines here. I just showed them. I don't think this is the move. But let's say you took the knight, then this move is really funny, because if you block the rook, I take here. And I was thinking, can white get away with this move? But I think just rook takes f2, and that king is going to get checkmated. Let's just show the checkmate. If white takes it, the king runs into this one. And again, it's the king safety in all these lines. White's king is so unsecured. That line didn't work, but we can show it again. So here, f2, bishop takes. And I think the reason this didn't work, queen h1, is that white just goes rook takes, rook, right? You don't get involved with a knight. You take that one, and black doesn't have enough pieces. So where is the killer blow after bishop takes e3? And there is a killer blow here. Wow, it's a nice move. Anyone in the chat find the killer blow? Black to play. We've done this thematic pawn sacrifice, but it's one of the hardest moves in chess. It's a retreating
Is it a check?
knight move.
Oh, knight to d6.
It is. Yeah, one of the hardest moves in chess is the retreating knight move. Because you don't always look at your knights going backwards, but with a knight coming here, that is a major fork. Yeah, forking the king, rook and queen. There's nothing that white can do about that. In this
Beautiful.
position, just winning a lot of material. Yeah, in the position.
Okay, but knight d6. How easy is that to spot in the calculations? Because once it's on the board, I think you can see it quite easily.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy. I don't think it's that easy to find this one. I mean, they are hard moves to spot, but I suppose you'd probably find rook f8. And then after like rook f2, you'd have another thing.
I think you would find e3 because it's like literally that's a move you really want to play.
Yeah.
You just want to release the queen, get some pieces towards the white king. But knight d6 for me, is that easy spot?
It's not an easy spot by any means. I mean, let's say you go rook f8, rook here. I mean, maybe the way you spot it is you start looking at like knight d6 moves here with the idea of playing e3. You just got to look at that. You've got to spot the e4 square for the knight where you've already got a piece on. So I don't think it's easy at all. I think that's a hard spot, e3 here. I expect Fabi will find it because he's like a superstar, right? And he's Fabi. He'll find it. Fabi will find it. Okay, should we have a little bet, Ivanka? First of all, I reckon he will play rook f8. Has he played it yet? Don't do that.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't played it just yet. But
I reckon he'll find rook f8.
I reckon he will find it.
You reckon as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that doesn't make any exciting bets. I'm going to say he won't go. I think he'll go rook f8, but you might not go e3.
We have another result as well. If we bring up the bird's eye view again, we didn't get a chance to look at this, but it does mean that we have another. Dominguez has gone through, right? He's
gone through to the quarterfinals. Dominguez beat Caruana in quite a spectacular game. I recommend everyone go and check it out. There were intermediate moves. There were like all these tactical tricks galore. And here, this position is level, and a draw was agreed there in the bottom left corner. That means, as you said it, Dominguez goes through. Incidentally, he's playing in the World Rapid Team Championships, and the same team that I'm playing in. Simon, can you guess what we're called?
The Dominguez Fan Club. It's not very original, is it? I don't know.
I'll put you out of your misery.
Yeah, put me out of my misery.
Chess pensioners.
Chess pensioners. Wow. Is that what you consider yourself to be now? A chess pensioner?
Well, apparently so.
Who's in your team?
Oh, it's very strong. It's like Vladimir Kramnik, Peter Svidler, Dominguez.
I like that.
Me. God, I don't know what I'm doing there.
Talk about name dropping. I mean,
I know. I know. When I got the invite, I was like, yeah, just go. I don't care. And there you see Dominguez eliminates Serrana. So big news. Dominguez playing fantastic chess, moves on to the quarterfinals. And looking at the bird's eye view, still a lot of games in progress. And once again, can I let my choices be determined by the evaluation bar? I'm looking at Pragnananda. The valuation bar seems to be all the way in his favor. And when it comes to the local hero, Abasov, the valuation bar also seems to be favoring him.
Yeah. Can you still hear me at the moment?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yes, we might. Yeah, we can go there in a minute. I'm just struggling a little bit to get the game up. But it does look like there's some exciting games still going on with Prag attacking there. And this is a great view, the bird's eye view. And he has played Rook F8, by the way. Caruana has played Rook F8 there in the position.
Well, and if he finds that beautiful sequence of moves, well, Fabiano Caruana could be on the cusp of qualifying into the quarterfinals. And we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes, ready with all the action. So don't go anywhere.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today. Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
And we are back, and it's been a rip-roaring day of game 2 in the round 5. And there we can see the bird's eye view, and we also see another result. It was a draw between Erigaisi and Grandelius, and this means because Grandelius lost yesterday, he is out, and another Indian superstar, Erigaisi, goes through to the quarterfinals. Erigaisi, he is such a classy player.
Excellently so far. We have Gukesh, Erigaisi. You have this kind of amazing, I'm going to say, trio of the younger players, including Prag, but then Vidit is slightly older. It looks really positive for all of them at this moment in time. Maybe we should go Prag's game and have a look there.
Yeah, and we can see the evaluation bar all over in Pragnanda's favour. And there we see Pragnanda, and it looks like he will be headed to the quarterfinals, but it certainly wasn't easy. The round before this, he had to play a heavy hitter.
A day after his 18th birthday, Pragnananda eliminates Hikaru Nakamura from the World Cup. In Game 1 of the rapid tiebreaks with the black pieces, Pragnananda found the critical g5, leaving Hikaru's knight with no safe squares. Hikaru played a few in-between moves, parrying the attack with another attack, but Pragnananda patiently waited for the perfect time to capture the knight. Hikaru's pieces had some initiative, but his offense quickly turned to defense as Prag's pieces coordinated their own attack. By move 33, Prag was up 5 points of material and no weaknesses in his position, prompting Hikaru to resign. Game 2 was a must-win situation for Hikaru, and he played the King's Indian defense with the black pieces. Proving once again that knights on the rim are dim, Hikaru's knight was attacked on h5, and while it escaped this time, it came at the cost of some deadly tactics along the 7th rank. Prag achieved a dominant enough position for Hikaru to resign, earning Prag a congratulations from Magnus Carlsen.
And there we saw in the video Prag with a big smile after defeating Hikaru Nakamura. Well, he is now in action against Berches from Hungary. And will he also leave this game with a big smile, as the evaluation bar certainly favors his position? So let's dive in, Simon, because this position is crazy.
It is crazy, but the problem that Blacks had from an early stage is one of the three things you need to sort out and move one. Your king. You need to get developed, you need to control the center, and you need to get your king safe. And the Black king just hasn't managed to do that. It's still in the center of the board. If you could get it over there, well, it'd be a lot more secure. But with the last move, Prag is opening up the position, and it looks to me, because he's got his 2 rooks ready to at some point shoot in, maybe with a sacrifice first on c6. This is, I don't know, I was going to say game over, but it looks really scary for Black now. Black has gone a pawn up by grabbing a pawn over here, but what does he play? Bishop takes knight has happened. He's got to win that back. So there's two possible ways to capture that one. And just to show you how weak the king is, if you take with the d pawn, yeah, it looks, there's a checkmate threat. But in this kind of position, this is where you just get rid of the bishop. And I'm sure this position will now collapse with the queen coming in and the rook coming in. You have to take this one back here. And now let's bring the rook in with a check. Where does the king go? Let's say it goes to d7. And now you just need to find the killer blow here. And probably a move like opening up the position more with d5 is it. Maybe we go queen f3 first, but let's try d5. And Black's position is just crumbling and crumbling. For example, you take on d5, and now queen f3, and the queen will enter, and the Black king is just going to die. It's just going down. So
you
that's what
like
happens.
One of my nieces there, Simon.
It's just going to die. Just going to die.
Just going to die.
Nothing else to be done. Too weak.
No,
it's too weak.
It's out there in the open.
Yeah,
should never be exposed like that. And I love that line, and it's also super thematic as well. You mark my words. After if d takes c4 appears on the board, rook takes bishop will happen instantly. So this kind of begs the question, you have to recapture. What's going to happen on the other capture? B takes c4.
I expect the same thing, Ivanka. I mean, if you take here, I think it's the same idea of giving up the exchange and getting a rook to the back rank. So you need to get rid of these two defenders of that square. This might not be quite as strong because we don't have the central break opening things up, but it's still the same concept. I come down here with check. You have to move your king. I mean, I don't think it helps putting it on this square. That looks just as bad. And when you move your king, okay, I can't break here, but let's say I try another idea. Let's say I might even have knight takes d5, right? But let's go queen f3 first, because queen f7 is massive. You defend it, for example, and now another break
not there.
On the same square.
The materialist in me is going, take the bishop.
Well, you could take the bishop, but the checkmate in me is saying checkmate. So, I mean, taking the bishop is probably stronger. You're right. Yeah.
No. Knight takes pawn is also killing it as well. So it just goes to show. Okay, so you can't do that. So say you go queen to e7. The queen is, after all, one of the best defenders there is.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still going to do the same thing. Take on d5 always.
And then this is a beautiful point that after pawn takes knight,
you probably have to play this because otherwise my knight is coming in, and then I have at the moment two major
a7
pieces. Check. Yeah,
king has to move. Rook a7
is the easiest way, isn't it? Just pick up
bada bing, bada boom.
And you can pick that one up as well. Everything drops. It's completely losing for black. And if you can't do that, there is maybe one more move you could consider. Bishop takes b4, but I just don't believe that move can.
Well, throw it in. Work. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
I mean, at least this way, Ivanka Black is now nearly castling.
He's made a decision.
What has he played? Back to the game. Let's see. He's taken with a b pawn. So will Pragg? I reckon it will take him 1 second. No, okay, 30 seconds.
100%. Pragg is all about calculation. He's all about those tactical opportunities. He's going to take on c6. Definitely. He's going to play queen f3 knight. This is like, I was going to say child's play. But Pragg is now 18, so I'm allowed to say that.
Child's play, good movie. Rook take, yeah, he is. He's not a child. How is he? How old is?
He's 18 now.
18, okay. Yeah, it's not really a child, is it? 18? No, not.
No.
Okay. And just out of interest, we have the other Indian players in this round. I'm not sure about their ages, but Erigaisi is they're all similar ages, aren't they?
20. I think Erigaisi is 20, and Gukesh is 17, but kind of as in just turned 17.
Yeah. In
June, and Vidit is veteran. Yes, I don't know, 25 or something like that.
Oh, he's far too old to for this game. The thing that amazed me about Pragg, though, I've seen him in this situation so many times before, right? That he's in a big tournament, and he probably realizes now that rook takes bishop is going to get him through to the next round. But he's so composed, and this is another real strength of all the players I've seen from India. Just their composure is fantastic. He probably realizes he's winning, but he's double checking his calculation. He's not rushing. He's taking his time. I don't know what he's feeling inside. Maybe he's incredibly nervous inside, but he looks very composed when he plays, right? And the winning move the move we think is winning is just rook takes c6. I just can't see him playing any other move here. It's so aggressive and natural to get the rook in to a8 and force that idea. We can show it one more time, Ivanka. Let's just go through it.
Yeah, let's go through it. Rook takes bishop.
You have to take the rook.
He's calculating it right now. Rook goes to a8 check.
And you can.
King has to move to d7. I mean, it's not like you can hide anywhere on the king side. So step forward.
I mean, if you went to e7 with the idea of going bishop g7 next move, is this another way you could potentially try?
I'm thinking you can go b5 as well.
Yeah, b5 and queen f3 is always the killer move.
Queen
isn't
f3.
It? I love this queen f3 because you threaten these.
Yeah,
he's played
it's happened.
There you go, straight away, and we see that Berkez has replayed it straight away. Prag now getting ready to throw the rook in. Let's keep with the game. He's played rook takes c6, rook takes. He's moved his rook into a8. He's on the verge of going through. And did he move the rook in? Yes, I think he has, hasn't he? Or is he taking his time without move? Yeah, he's moved it in.
Yeah, he's played rook a8. He did hesitate for a split second, but and you could just see the confidence with every move that he played. And Berkez, well, he does have just over 7 minutes, but nothing will help him now. There we see the shake of the head. What is he going to play?
Yeah. He's had a great tournament. He's gone so far for his rating and got a nice pay packet. But it looks like the underdog's run, Berkez's run, is going to run out now. His king is just too weak. And it has been the problem right from the start. I mean, wherever you go with a king, I think queen f3 is the simplest winning move. I mean, let's again have a look at these lines. You've only got 2 squares. If you go here, Ivanchuk was recommending b5. I really like b5, actually. Why not just threaten the rook first? Let's say you go rook f6, rook b6, sorry. This queen f3. This looks key. The big threat is actually rook a7, and queen takes f7 now. So bishop g7 might seem like it holds, but also you've got bishop a3 check. Oh,
yeah,
that's another massive move. Which way did he go with the king?
He went to king d7. It didn't make any logical sense to try king e7. No. And now the big question is, will Prag find queen f3? It's a forcing move.
He'll find
it's a very natural move. I think he will find it. Hang on a second. I just want to point out, queen f3 played
it straight
just
away.
Having a look, that was the only winning move.
Yeah, that's queen f3 is not.
It shows his class.
It shows his class. I suppose we've looked at many ways that Black can try to defend this, and it doesn't seem like much is working against these 2 main threats. But how about f5? Because at least this way, I say create a threat, but I do create a mini idea of trying to get the queens off the board. And as Black, I'd love to swap the queens off, because the white queen coming into this square is always a killer. So knight takes d5 doesn't work now, because a queen takes g4, and it's game on. At least Black has some chances in this position. So f5 might be at least against queen f3. He's played queen f3, as we know. f5 might be the best chance here to keep the game going. Is there what do we do against this one? f5.
Yeah, I mean, if you just grab the pawn by playing the en passant streamer move. No, streamer move. Isn't it en passant? Okay.
Right. Yep. So I don't know. We'll see what's happening here. Rook, queen f3 played on the board. We're just seeing if f5 is coming or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Prag, it looks like he's going to be doing the job here, and going through to the next round. So great play so far, but I mean, it's getting very tense here. The times are ticking down. We don't see any great defensive moves for Black here. Maybe f5 is best, but as Yovi pointed out, you can just take on f5. There might be other moves. b5 is always an option when Black has to put his rook on a bad square, using that pawn to come through. But f5, taking on f5, followed by knight takes d5, looks like the main choice, right, to play.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Prag doing a great job.
Difficult position for Berkez. Impossible position. f5 probably the best idea. We see Berkez complete concentration.
Yeah. And he's got to move soon. He's down to 4 minutes 30.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
What's the? Oh, you said en passant as well. I forgot about en passant. Yeah. What's that rule? You're allowed to do that en passant.
But it might not be the best move, actually, because maybe you have some ideas of bishop coming out
to d6 or something.
Yeah, but still, maybe. There's just one check.
What's en passant?
One check does not. This is an old-fashioned rule that only streamers use.
Yeah, I'm not really a streamer anymore, so I don't know that rule anymore. I heard a funny story just while we wait for Black to move. I expect this F5. I can't see anything else to create problems apart from F5. I heard that like Mickey Adams, like probably England's greatest ever chess player, forgot about the on-passing rule and lost to another grandmaster, Neil MacDonald. And I think he forgot about it twice in 2 separate games. So, 10 years apart, he just forgotten the ending. That en passant still works in the ending. It's one of those weird ones where if you're in the zone, you can sort of have a mind slip and just forget. I had a similar one, Ivanchuk. I was playing a junior about 2250 in the British Championships, and we're in the opening, and I put him in check, and I was really proud of myself because I liked my position. He castled, and then I was like, oh my God, my position's so bad. And I'm like, what have I done? And I sat there really confused about 20 minutes. I'm sure I didn't calculate this. And then I realised, hang on a minute, I just checked him and he castled. And the cheeky little player, he castled in check. And I pointed it out, and immediately he knew what he did, because he's like, oh yeah. And he moved it back, and immediately he then blocked my check with a pawn. So he knew what was going on. And I thought, oh, okay, right. Oh God, yeah, I did look at this move. And then I continued with the game. But I actually then realised I could have made him move his king. Is that right? Because he castled.
Yeah, because he castled. He touched. Yeah, he touched the move piece. You got to move the piece.
So he completely hustled me, basically, Ivanchuk, by like castling and then not even moving his king, just discombobulated me all over the shop. So.
And talking about discombobulation, Gukesh, his position is completely discombobulated against Praggnanandhaa. Queen takes pawn, a big threat. Knight takes d5 is a potential killer.
Oh, we have another result there in the background. Was that result or Slem I saw getting up? I don't know if we get a bit more information, if there's any other results.
Yeah, we have
through.
a result. We have a result between Nepomniachtchi and Vidit.
Yeah.
That game ended in a draw, which means tomorrow we'll be seeing some tie breaks.
It looked like it was going to be a draw. People asking if I won that game. Luckily, I did win that game. F5 on the board now. Luckily, the kid. I taught the kid a lesson after that, but he just confused me so much. British Championships and castling in check. That way to confuse a grandmaster.
It's interesting, Simon, because I think it's Nepomniachtchi and Vidit. That's the only time.
I like what you did there. Sorry, Ivanchuk. Nidit. You put them together and you create a monster. You create the Nidit monster. Oh my words! The chess playing monster from Russia, India, the Nidit. I love what you did. Sorry, Ivanchuk.
No, I have it. I have the result here, and so I was looking at Nepomniachtchi, and then somehow my brain meshed the two. And F5 on the board, and okay, so big questions here for Praggnanandhaa. He cannot play knight takes pawn. That would be a mistake. He can play pawn takes pawn, g takes f5. He can also go b5. So he's going to be considering all the forcing moves. And they are only on move 29. So there is some time trouble to consider. Players will, of course, be getting bonus time once they pass move 40. It'll be 30-minute increment. And there we can see also on the screen that Nijit Abbasov has eliminated Salem. So Azerbaijani player, local hopes, moves on to the quarterfinals. And in the quarterfinals, we're already going to see some big matchups. We're going to see Magnus Carlsen face off against Gukesh. That one's going to be super exciting.
Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh. Wow. That's a big one. You know what? I mean, if Magnus doesn't bring his A game there, this Gukesh is playing so well. I think he's playing the best chess out of everyone, Gukesh, at the moment. Doesn't make mistakes. That's going to be a big one. Really big match. They're all big.
Totally.
Super match, that one.
I mean, Gukesh has beaten Magnus before, so I'm looking forward to that one. Can't wait for that. And talking about can't wait, we can't wait to see what Praggnanandhaa plays in this position.
He's got so many good moves, hasn't he? This is the thing. He's just taking his time. He's got 4.5 minutes, but we're also hearing there's a lot of action in another game. And while we wait for a move here, should we pop over there?
Let's definitely pop over there, because that position looks like it is one-way traffic for Fabiano Caruana. I mean, look at that. Pawn on f3, pawn on e4. All Fabiano needs to do is magically transport a queen to g3 or get the e-pawn rolling, as Simon has indicated, and Bob's your uncle. He's into the quarterfinals.
That's right. Yeah, it looks very good for Fabi. His position was great before. They're both a little bit of shorter time. White's only hope is that he can maybe use the d-pawn and then get some attack against Black King. Black's lost a bit of protection. So if this White Queen can swing over at all, you might be able to start a counterattack. So d6 is a little threat, I feel, here, Ivanka, to try and get it over. Do you actually have an uncle called Bob, by the way?
I do.
Do you? Oh, wow.
I have a first name called Ivanka. I don't have it.
I was going to say, sorry, yeah, that was a silly question. Bob Ivanka Huska. That would kind of be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Oh, by the way, also Prague has played a move, but we'll catch up with Prague a little bit later. Let's just see what Fabiano is going to do here. Okay, so he stops that idea. Now the d-pawn can't move. A very nice idea, because you're pinning the pawn down to the queen, so that stops that, and e3 is a major threat on the position. So I think Fabiano is going to win this. White comes over to try and control that square. Fabiano looking very composed here. Duda obviously looking a lot more concerned, realizing that this could be the end of his World Cup. He's won this last time around. Fantastic player. Does really well in these events. But how do you win as Black? Do we try to get the queen in now? I kind of like that idea.
I was thinking queen f7, queen f4. That was kind of what appealed to me. I also looked at queen d8 as well. I mean, one thing that you should not necessarily be tempted by, moves like rook takes pawn. Although you can. Rook takes pawn is a possibility. Can you be so greedy?
I suppose, simple is best if it works, right? So I guess Fabi's just calculating if he can grab this pawn, get rid of it. I think he has just taken it. Yeah, if it works, why not? Why not just grab the pawn? I guess the reason he was thinking about this is because e4 is a little bit weak when it gets attacked, but I think he can always defend it in the right way.
Well, he has to counter queen c2. He has to have a good answer there.
Yeah, queen c2, pinning that one down looks like a much better square than the squares I was thinking of. And what would you play against this move? That's a good try.
And we see Duda. Don't underestimate Duda, though. I mean, his online name is a Polish fighter, and it's there for a reason. Queen c2 happened, but of course, Fabiano, he's worked it out, and he responds instantly with queen b5 check.
Where does the king go? Let's say it goes to f2. What would be his idea then? I mean, you can swap the queens off, but I don't know if that's the idea. He has moved his king. He's moved it to f2, the most logical square, and now some nice little checks being shown here. This is nice play from Fabi. Where will the king go? If the king comes up, it's going to be exposed, so it has to come backwards. It does go backwards. So the queen has improved its positioning. Still need to finish this off, though. Can't make mistakes here.
No, and the question is, though, what is the next move?
It might be rook d4, and I've got an idea. Rook d4, rook takes here, queen g6, maybe, is that?
Yeah.
So let's just show that. So you go rook d4, and if I go rook takes e4, it looks like suddenly white is doing okay, but there's then this counter pin. I'm suddenly
it's on the board,
rook.
Simon. It's on the board. Rook d4 played.
Rook d4. Yeah. And this was the very clever line that Fabi has worked out, because, of course, if you don't lose this pawn, you're winning quite easily. because they will just queen at some point. And that's a horrible, horrible use of the double pin there. The rook comes up and you pin it down.
Yeah,
You're taking
and
away the
three
E2
more moves until the time control, where Duda and Fabiano Caruana will be given a 30-minute bonus time. But it's looking unlikely that Duda will even get to that stage. His position, if Fabiano Caruana holds on to the e-pawn, will just be in tatters.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Fabi. He looks really cool as well, composed. He's not going to throw this one away. He's got enough time, 3 minutes on the clock. And how does Black win this position? Well, you can use these checks again, maybe just centralize your queen, where you're never going to lose the pawn. And once you've centralized, you can slowly prepare the move e3 by getting your king to a safer square. It's not going to be maybe one immediately. Duda is a big fighter. Duda will fight on until the end. But if you can't...
Simon.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, like, if you can't take that pawn, then queen h6 is coming your way.
Queen h6 as well. Horrible idea that is. Yeah, just come... Oh, wow. Nice use of the whole board there, Ivanka, coming in to attack the white king on h3. Very nice. Very nice find.
Yeah, and Duda now ticking to under 4 minutes. He is desperately thinking about how he can stay alive, because if he loses this game, that is it. He will be out of the competition. And Fabiano looking away. I think Fabiano has reached that moment where he knows it's in the bag.
I think he's looking like, who am I going to play next? Come on, Duda, I've got this one. And well, I mean, the biggest mistake I find you can actually do in a big chess match like this, Ivanka, is count your chickens before they hatch. Right, you relax a little bit too early. And whenever I've done this, whenever I think, my game's winning, I'm gonna have a nice win here. That's when I start making mistakes and I don't convert those promising positions. It's really important to only relax when you've shaken hands. Do not relax until your opponent has resigned. It's like, you'll just go a little bit easy, because when your opponent's got the back against the wall, they're going to fight harder as well. They're going to find more tricks. You've got to be aware of these tricks.
Yeah. I'm desperately trying. Yeah. I'm desperately trying to see one trick that Duda has in the position, and I cannot see anything.
And
if he makes a passive move like queen f2, well, that's just passive. And of course, Fabiano still has those monster pawns e4 and f3. You cannot fight those pawns.
Yeah, they're too strong. I mean, they're not just two connected pass pawns, but they're connected pass pawns very close to queening. And Prag still seems to be winning in this game, just so you can keep an eye on that. Maybe this is what Fabi is looking at. I mean, we could even go there, maybe, the Prag game. Because Duda, I think he realizes if he can't take the pawn, it's just game over. Let's go to Prag, because we have some moves there. I think we need to try and catch what is probably the end of that game in this time trouble. So let's see. We had loads of moves here. What has happened in the Prag game? So going back, we had f5 being played. This is the last time we looked at it. Now Prag played b5, just attacking the rook. The rook retreated, and now, wow, knight takes d5 here, double exclamation mark from Prag. What a move. We've shown how strong this move can be with the queen coming in. Let's get up to date with the position. The only chance really Black has here is to try and get the queens off. So he does, but the problem with this is that now you've put the black rook on a very bad square. So knight b6 picks up the rook. The king moves, knight takes c8. And it even here requires very careful calculation, because it looks like Black is going to get some material back. But rook a6 played, allowing Black to get material back, and he simply takes on e6. He's so cool to play these moves, right? Because even here, I wouldn't be 100% confident I'm winning. I'd be like, it's equal material. It is. But Prag has worked out that this pawn is going to be too strong, and his rook is going to start doing the hoover. and start picking up pawns. So interesting way to convert the advantage, I think, but it looks
beautiful.
Yeah,
really beautiful.
very beautiful.
Really great, classy stuff here. You can see Gukesh trying to activate the king, but there's so many pawns up for grabs, and it's actually not the pawns that I would probably go for if I were white. I would be just tempted to push those passed pawns, the D pawn and the E pawn. Just get the rook out of his own way and start marching them forward.
Yeah, I mean, you could even like pin the bishop down. Rook E8 is a standard idea in this kind of position, so you maybe even threaten a well-timed bishop A3 using the pin on those pieces. So yeah, rook E8, very tempting. There's many tempting moves here, but I think even to play in this manner, though, I mean, there are other options that Pragg could have done. Just shows real confidence, and I think he has grabbed the pawn. I mean, that can't be a bad move, but it shows like I think how players have advanced in recent times. You know, Pragg really confident in his abilities, but also in his calculation, which you get from working with computers a lot. Any chances at all for black here?
I want to say yes, but I realistically don't see anything.
No.
And I mean, white's plan is so simple. You can take your time. You can rush with it. Okay, so he's gone c3. I would be tempted to go rook c6.
Just get behind the pawn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're
and then
sadistic,
the more
aren't
the
you,
merrier.
Ivanka? You like winning and not giving your opponent any fun whatsoever. You know, it's a bit harsh. Can't you give him a glimmer of hope?
No.
No.
Chess is a street fight. I mean, I love that quote. I can't remember who said it, but it's like, chess is a street fight. When your opponent's down on the ground, you kick him.
Yeah. Don't give them any chances. And I do like rook c6. I mean, it just tries to win that pawn. If you can win that pawn, that's black's last hope. And with rook c6, well, black can fight on bishop b4, but then your pawns are going to come through, and these two pawns are at the right time. I think the way you just safely win this, he's played it. He's sadistic as well. He gets his rook behind. Black must save this pawn, and the way now that white is covering that pawn, it's not really a danger. I think you've got to push. You've got to maybe watch out for this one. Any last tricks you've got to watch out for? That's the only trick I see.
And okay, so this one looks like it's completely winning.
Busted, yeah.
D5
Yeah, sure.
is coming. Shall we turn our attention to the Fabiano Caruana game? Or should we stick with
100%.
this one?
I think Fabiano, this one I think we can write off as a win for Pragg, unless something remarkable happens. I mean, to be honest, the Fabiano game was looking that way as well. But, okay, we have some developments. We could be getting a result any second here. I will show where we were. Moving into it, rook d4. White went passive here, but it didn't work very well. Fabiano centralizing his queen, and now he comes in for the final attack. Current position on the board.
Yeah. And Duda threatening queen takes pawn check. That's about the only thing. But of course, that is going to be easily fended off. He can play rook takes rook. He can go into the queen and pawn ending. He can, in fact, just step the queen forward and defend the pawn.
I think there's a really nice way to force it as well. I mean, if you can, he has played it.
He has queen d3.
This is a lovely move because the point is, if Duda now takes the queen, you flick in a rook takes rook check. So we can show that on the board here. If you go queen takes queen, okay. I mean, any move except for rook takes rook is okay for Duda, but you go rook takes rook first. And this is quite an amusing situation where the king, if it goes one way, pawn pushes the other way, and you can't stop it because both of the squares are covered. If the king goes that way, same thing happens with the other pawn. So what that actually means is that the black king will just eventually march down and support.
Simon, we're on the verge of seeing Duda resign. He looked at the clock. He stepped forward with his king. He knows it is over.
The body language is pretty clear there, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not looking at the board anymore. The white king is now also probably in a mating net.
The king. If he steps to G1, there will come F2. So that's why he steps the king forward. But you kind of called it, Simon. The king cannot survive in the open for too long. I'm guessing Fabiano Caruana can give a check with the rook, can also step back with the queen to D6. Fabi,
maybe even F2
that's
is
too
crushing.
good.
Yeah. Just play this one because there's coordination between these two guys, and if you can distract the defender of the queen away, which is the rook, then you just win immediately with F2. And also, the queen is pinned, so F2. I mean, I think all those moves you mentioned win. Everything wins here.
But F2 kills it.
F2 is just the killer, yeah. Use that pawn. And I think he's about to play it. And I think this will be resigned.
Yeah, he's reaching for it. F2 on the board. And handshake from Duda. And Fabiano progresses to the quarterfinals.
Really nice play from Fabiano there with the black pieces, taking down one of the favourites, taking down Duda. And Duda, who was so successful winning this competition before, is out. Fabiano not celebrating much there. I suppose you only celebrate at the end. But he's through in a very tough match. And that was indeed a very close and tough match. But brilliant play. Brilliant calculation at the end there by Fabiano. So,
yeah. Fantastic. And one game remaining in the open section. That's between Pragnanda and Gukesh. Gukesh, the ultimate underdog. But it's here that is looking likely. That his run will stop. And for a second there, I just saw the evaluation bar, 50%, and I was like, oh, that can't be right. But absolutely is not right.
I mean, he's 3 pawns. You know, is it 3 pawns? It's only 2 pawns.
Two pawns.
Okay. 2 pawns. That's like you can fight on. And yeah, I mean, it is the nature of the 2 pawn zone. The first question is, can you just start ramming? You know, go E6, go E7, and there you go. Bob's your uncle, as you'd say, Ivanka. Bob is your uncle.
I mean, also,
Bob Huska.
I'm also tempted just to take the time as well, and just go Bishop E3 and say, yeah, the pawn on B5 isn't touchable, and then go King G2 and kind of enjoy the position. But I'm a direct person at heart. I like to have dinner in the evenings, and so I think I would be tempted to go E6.
Yeah, there's no point torturing out the game too long, is there? I mean, if you can finish it off and get dinner still, I don't know what dinner's like over there. I expect they serve quite late. I think he'll be all right. But you look at the forcing moves first, and I think pushing this pawn, I expect to play it because it's the forcing option. You attack the rook, you threaten to queen the pawn, you can support it with your other pawn if you need to, and that will finish it off.
Interesting.
So Prague will win this game. Definitely.
It's a very interesting scenario because whilst nearly every game in the open section has finished, play is still very much on in the women's section. I wonder whether we can take a bird's eye view and check on how everyone is doing.
I think we should do. I mean, I think that this section is going to be over soon. Prague will win that ending. He's got time to think about it. So the action does remain in the women's section. So yeah, we need to concentrate now. I don't know if there's any. It looks like they've all made the time control. Is that right, Ivanka? So there's not big time trouble happening at the moment, but the games are still going.
Yeah. And let's take a look at the bird's eye view first and do a snap judgment. So first up, we have Harika with the white pieces against Goryachkina. I must confess, I thought this game would finish quite a while ago, but it's still in play. Not so easy, actually.
I agree. I thought the game was going to be drawn about an hour ago, but they're fighting on, showing their fighting spirit, and probably still a draw. I mean, rook and pawn endings is equal on material. I'd imagine that's a draw. Another game between two of the more experienced players was this. They're all endings that we're looking at now. It's this ending we have between Elizabeth Patz and Anna Muzychuk, which we kind of, well, we guessed it would be a draw in the end, but it also looked like Anna Muzychuk maybe had the better chances there. And I suppose we can catch up a little bit from where we were. And we were around about this point here. And the reason we thought black may have some slightly better chances because the idea of getting an outside pass pawn. An outside pass pawn can be very good in a king and pawn ending, for example, because you will stretch your opponent's king to come all the way over to the other side of the board to look after that pawn. And then you leave your weak on this side. So black uses the king to the center. And the downside for black is this pawn here. This is stuck on a light square. So king e3, king c5. The bishop cuts off that king, stopping it from coming any further forwards. And now we see this outside pass pawn starting to be created with a5 and b4 on the agenda. It looks a little bit better for black, definitely. Bishop d3, h6, removing that one from a light square. So g4, it won't be attacked if anything like that happens. g4 played anyway. Wow. Sacrificing a pawn for a second or two. So Anna has to capture that pawn, and this could be a very clever way for Elizabeth to create counter chances. And now she plays bishop g6. And that is allowing this pawn to come through. Very interesting.
Very nice decision, actually, from Elizabeth.
And this is a really nasty threat, right? Let's say you went a5 here. I could play f5. And if your bishop moves, this pawn is coming up the board very quickly. It could be unstoppable. So the move played is an understandable move from Anna. She plays bishop a2. And the point being that when this pawn moves, as it does, it can get behind the pawn and pin it down. But maybe now bishop h5 is a better option. Let's keep up the game now. f5 played. We see the point behind it. The bishop gets behind. White's king activates, still double-edged ending. The king stops it from coming any further forwards. Moving out of the pin, so now the pawn is free. Defending pawn attacked. And we have this position after king e6. Still equal on material. Is it still a draw, Ivanka?
Well, first of all, the question is, what are you going to do about the f-pawn? Are you just going to abandon it and go for the h-pawn, or are you going to be a maximalist and go f7? f7 and king e7.
I suppose I'd like to keep my f-pawn. I might as well.
Right.
Because, you know, I mean, after f7, you have to go king e7. So I might as well play f7, right? Because that way I keep that pawn for a little bit. And I have a winning idea, right? If I go f7, my winning idea is to get my king to g7. So let's try that one. So I go f7, threatening to queen. You have to play king to e7 to stop that one. And now I'm going to try this, king h5.
Right.
Just I'm coming in like this.
Okay.
And I'm
so
also got an
then
h-pawn.
bishop.
Yeah.
What's going to happen after bishop c4?
So I've got king g6 then. So
and then king
f8
is
okay. So bishop c4. If I take on h6, you take my pawn, which is going to be oh no. But then I take on b5. So yeah, I take here. If you take here, I just take on b5, and I definitely got winning chances then. I'm pawn up. It's not so easy.
Yeah, but I spot a few things. First of all, so king goes to f8. Just say I don't want to go into this.
Okay.
And then it's after king to g6. You just go b4.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a draw, isn't it? I have to really take that one. And this pawn's also looking quite scary. Yeah. Yeah.
I just saw the evaluation bar go up in black's favor. What? Why is that? No, it has to be a draw. You just go bishop bishop a4.
Bishop a4. Yeah, it's going to be a draw. You've only got one pawn. Can't win this. You can take this first, but
yeah,
even here is a dead draw, isn't it? As soon as you play b3, I'd take it. And just shake hands. Yeah. So it should be a draw, but there's kind of no. Let's go all the way back, Yovi, and it's kind of nerves at play here as well, right? I mean, they've got enough time, and I think it will be a draw. I think that's the way it's going to go, but you have to be careful here.
Yeah, you certainly do have to be careful. I mean, the one idea that you have to watch out for is what you indicated. If white gets the king to g7, then it will be game over. And of course, passed pawns are prisoners. You got to keep them under lock and key. And the same is true for white. White needs to look out for the b pawn.
That's right. Yeah, this b pawn gives black enough counterplay in all variations, and I think both sides should be safe with sensible moves there. What about another ending? Should we have a look? I mean, we had that really exciting game, which between Polina, I think, who needed to win. Should we go there?
Let's check out Polina Shuvalova against Nurgul Salimova, and Salimova won a long ending yesterday. Can Polina Shuvalova?
She could be on the receiving end of nasty. I mean, this is
terrifying for black. I mean, how do you defend against those pawns that are marching down the board?
It's really terrifying. I mean, much easier for white to play. White is a lot of material down. Only got one pawn for the knight, but that doesn't matter because this knight is so bad. You need to put the knight on d5 here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not so easy to do that. You can't get the knight to that square, and the knight can't get to any good squares.
But maybe it's okay. Maybe it's just a little bit. It's more terrifying in appearance than it actually is in reality. So say you play a move like rook to b1, just to keep an eye on the pawn.
Right. Well, I'm just going to push. I'm a simple man. I'm going to simply push.
And I was just thinking go g5. But maybe I shouldn't even be bothered with. Hang on. Timing could be everything. Can I rewind and not play rook b1 and instead just push the pawn g5? It's a race.
I'm still going to push. Push. If it's a race, the white pawns are pretty quick, aren't they?
Certainly looks that way. Okay, so if that's not possible, let's actually go and show everyone why the race is bad for black.
Sure. So if you go g5, I go b6. I expect it. I mean, it's just my pawn's further up the board, isn't it? So let's say you go g4. I think I'm just going to keep pushing.
And then rook to b1.
You don't even need to be subtle about this. So you have to get your rook behind. And well, I was thinking I could just go c6 here, but it's not so clear, is it? Because
g3,
and actually, hang on a minute. Not so
and if
clear.
you go rook a8, g2.
Yeah, you're winning the race all of a sudden. So wow. Okay, I've got to be a little bit careful. Tactical position. So. Wow. Well, the winning move. Okay, so I need the a1 square for my rook, right? Mm-hmm. So I was thinking if I go c6, g3, can I go rook a1 now? This is my first thought.
Yeah, but I can actually go rook takes rook, can't I?
Exactly.
And then go
you
g2.
Can go rook takes rook.
Oh, hang on a second. You still have queen b4 check.
I think it's going to be a draw. So in this line, you have to now, as black, take my rook. You can't do anything else because I got my rook to the ideal square. But if you take my rook,
hang on, wait.
Queen.
Yeah. I just wonder if I could go rook b6 instead of rook takes rook.
If you go rook b6, I'd probably just move my king out of check. Yeah.
You can't take the pawn.
Because you can't actually do anything here, right? Again, you can't move the knight because I get into d6. I think.
So yeah, you're right. Rook takes rook.
But this should be a draw, right? Because if you go here, I queen. You go
G2.
here. And now I'm thinking...
Queen b4 check.
Oh, it's not a draw. I thought right.
But I think maybe what you just do is you go rook c1 check. And then pick up...
pushing.
Yeah, just go rook c1 check. Pick up the c6 pawn. Go fortress as loudly as you can.
Yeah, and sit there forever. Cool, it's not as easy as I thought, this ending. This is like incredibly complicated. Let's just run through that again. So we had this position and we were just looking at the race, which I thought, oh yeah, white's just winning because that was, without calculating, it's 2 moves away. But actually, after g4, b7, you have to get your rook behind. And rook here was okay for black because of the thing. But what I was thinking you could do is go king c2 first, yeah? Because if you go king c2 first, I have the same idea, do I? Or getting the rook to a1.
But there's no rook c1 check at the end of it, right?
No.
You do exactly the same. But there's that important resource. That is very, very complicated. And
really complicated.
It is just a difficult position for Salimova to navigate. Whew. So all 4 games in the women's section could be decided in tiebreaks tomorrow. But we're going to take a quick breather to recover from all the action, and we'll catch you all in a few minutes on the other side of this break.
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
all right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
So a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really part of the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the world championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tal and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? Right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, in 1,000 battles you will never lose. He just thought it was about Spassky. And so he had to take the time and recognize that he needed to understand Petrosian. Beating you means I must understand you. Chess is a conversation, is a dialogue between the two chess players. So by 1969, he knew what to expect at the chessboard. He has studied Petrosian, and he eventually becomes the 10th world champion.
309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Vyacheslav Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan-Christoph Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh D. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
And we are back in the beautiful city of Baku, ready for all the endgame action in the Women's World Cup and the FIDE World Cup. In the FIDE World Cup, it's just one game outstanding, which is between Pragnananda and Gukesh, and it's looking like Pragnananda will comfortably reel in the point to take him through to the quarterfinals. But it is here in the women's quarterfinals where it's all systems are go. And Simon, in the break, there has been a massive turnaround between these two players. When we left it, we thought that this game was simply a comfortable draw between Elizabeth Pates with the white pieces and Anna Moziciuk. And it seems like, no, we spoke too soon.
Yeah, it just shows you that how intense chess can be and is. You make one of the smallest slips, you play kind of an obvious looking movement, and you throw away hours and hours of a good game, but also your tournament. And in this situation, we had an ending which seemed like it was just heading to a draw, not much material left. We were looking at the line f7 here, which seemed very natural as it kept the pawn on the board. Why not keep that pawn for as long as you can? There's no reason to give that pawn up. But instead, and I think Elizabeth is starting to realize this, we saw her body language, her head was going into has. Instead, Elizabeth played king h5. And this has turned a draw to a loss because black now takes on f6. You didn't need to lose this pawn. And I think Elizabeth assumed that this would be an easy draw because, look, there's only 2 pawns left. How on earth can this be any chance of a win? For example, if you go b4 here, maybe Elizabeth only looked at b4. White just takes on b4 and now plays bishop to a4. And whenever this pawn advances, you give up your bishop for the pawn, you shake hands, and you get on to the next game. Mm-hmm. But Anna Moziciuk came up with a phenomenal idea, Ivanka. Rather than playing b4, she first plays a4. And now there's a major threat of this pawn at some point, one of the pawns just becoming a queen. The white bishop may not be able to give itself up for the guy over here. And also look at the king. The king it can't get back into the game. It's kind of put itself in a tomb there. So there's a lot of danger here, right? A lot of danger. There might still be some chances, but at the right moment.
How narrow is that path to victory? So say for instance, okay, b4 is a huge threat. You need to deal with that ASAP.
Well, we have one more move, Ivanka. We have h4.
Okay, we have h4. Yeah.
But I think b4 is just winning here. I think it's as simple as that. And the reason is I think you can get your bishop to f7 in time. Is that right? So
I'm also wondering whether you can just...
I think b4 might be a force.
So let's try b4. Let's follow the Shankland rule, which is calculate the move that you want to play. So b4.
Yeah, I think we can try to work this out in our head. So after b4, I think, you can't take on b4 because then there's no stopping the a pawn. Because you'd like to go bishop f7 to stop it, but you can't. So after b4, you have to play bishop takes a4. This is how I've worked it out, so you can try to work along. And then I'm going to take on a3. The only way you can stop that then is going bishop b3. But then the winning idea for black, I think, is to go bishop g6 to f7 to get rid of the protection. So let's just show that. b4.
Okay.
You can't take on b4 because after a3, there's no stopping that pawn. You can't get your bishop here. I will take it. So going back to b4, you have to go bishop takes a4. And now we play the most forcing move. And this forces white to play bishop b3. And here I just play bishop g6. And I'm going for bishop f7. Because I need to get the bishop off the force field. And it just looks completely winning to me.
Totally, but the variation still kind of continues because the bishop can defend on two diagonals. So I'm thinking bishop a2, and you meet bishop f7 with bishop b1.
Right, bishop b1. And now I have to say I didn't see this one. Wow, and if the white king was anywhere else, this might be all right. But wow, this is But actually, the white king is going to have to go to h7 at some point, right? So you ring Zugzwang, right?
Oh,
is that right? It's like still, I didn't see.
It is.
Yeah,
it is going to be like that because after say move like h4, it's all to do with the king being in Zugzwang.
Yeah, I mean, let's say I still have to be careful, right? I mean, I was thinking bishop e6,
but then maybe the king can no, because every time the king goes h7.
I mean, I can also come
I think
with
it's
my
actually
king.
happened on the board, Simon.
It's happened on the board. I can actually come with my... Yeah, I mean, because the point is, if you now play this move, right? I can even play this,
F7.
bishop g8. Because the only move I stop is king h7. The only move you have is king h7, right? Because after bishop g8, your bishop moves anywhere, I go a2. Crazy, yeah? It moves anywhere on this diagonal, I go a2. And your king doesn't have any squares. Crazy. Sorry, I was getting carried away there,
It's such an
Ivanka.
instructive, but it's a beautiful ending and so instructive. Everything falls apart for white because the king is just caged in.
Yeah.
Oi. If that king had been anywhere else, it would just be an elementary draw.
Well, hang on a minute.
As it stands.
I think Anna Muzychuk blundered back. b4, that just looked like it was forcing that ending, which seemed to be winning because it ended up being the white king is in such a bad position. It can't get back in the game, and it will get in a situation called Zugzwang, where wherever it moves to will be a losing move. So b4, the winning move, but instead, I think king e7's been played. And now, the difference is the king can come out at some point, right? You're allowing that king to escape.
And bearing in mind...
I mean, can I even
I'm just
take
wondering
that?
where... That's what I'm thinking. Can white capture that pawn and then run with the king as fast as possible to a1? Because that will be a dead draw.
I don't think so, because that method you mentioned earlier, Ivanka, the shoulder method, is that right?
Shouldering away. Mm-hmm.
So we can have a look at that. I mean, me and Ivanka are both thinking the same, that if you get rid of this pawn, and again, these are little techniques in the ending that you kind of need to know. This pawn is on the wrong color square. It's on the opposite color square to your bishop. So if I can get my king to a1, then it's a draw. So you can even, in some cases, give up the bishop, and then you need to get your king over here. But the problem is, and Ivanka mentioned this method earlier, the shoulder method. The black king will stop it coming forwards. Let's see. think it will. You have to keep running. And when it comes to this square, it's one move away from securing a draw. But you play bishop d3 just in time. And the white king can't get to its ideal squares. So close, though, Ivanka, even that, right?
Yeah, very close, but not good enough.
Not good enough.
Wow.
Black's idea is to take the pawn, come back, queen. And we could just show you, Ivanka, because some people might be wondering, well, okay, what happens if you take here? This is a big, big blunder. Because after this move, it's a draw. Because when the king gets here, it's just a draw. There's no way you can make progress. It's really complicated, though, these endings. So back. Yeah, so king e7, a mistake. But you can't take on b5.
I guess it's the same variation, but now you can just go bishop c6 just to keep it simple. Bishop c6. And once the king goes to d6, you go back to the e8 square.
Yeah. And the difference between this and the other lines, Ivanka, is that, well, number one, the bishop has another diagonal, which it didn't have before because the black king was covering that diagonal. And also the white king. The white king can now escape, yeah? It has two extra squares it can go to. And that black king was actually on the prime square. I mean, is Black's idea to try and come like this and take the pawn like that? Is that how Anna's going to try to win this ending?
Well, the problem with that, right, is that white also has a passed pawn. So let's try to put that on the board. Put the king on e5 or wherever. Okay,
so we go back to position. So here, I go king here. The bishop comes back. I now try to get my king to b2.
Yes.
Win that pawn. So let's say, I don't know which way I go, but it doesn't really matter because I'm coming to d4, whichever way I go. So I'll go this way. It's going to be slow, mate. I could actually end up losing
King g7, right?
King g7.
King g7.
I keep trying.
And then now run. Run with the pawn.
Yeah.
As fast as you go.
I keep coming.
5.
I could end up losing.
And now even go bishop g6. Isn't that going to be?
And now you've blocked the idea of me giving up my bishop. Because what Black wants to do here is after h7, king here, and even this is not good enough here.
Yeah.
You want to give up your bishop for the pawn. But in these, we've seen this before, in these endings, the way to win these endings is to block that opportunity with your bishops. So something like this.
And Simon, I just want to highlight that move is a great move, bishop g6, but I just also wanted to highlight the decoy idea, which is bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, another nice idea.
Yeah.
Get rid of one of those pawns that was so annoying. Okay, I mean, this is a crazy ending, and we have one more move, bishop c6, and I think it's back heading towards a draw, but it is changing evaluation nearly every move. And the reason it's a draw again now is that white now has enough counterplay because the white king can escape, and the white bishop seems to be on a better route now. The black king has gone the wrong way, so a draw most likely. Should we catch up with another game now, Ivanka?
Yeah.
Probably a lot more action.
Take a quick peek at the Pragnanda Gukesh game. That game looked like it was going Pragnanda's way for many moves now. I mean, Prag has just been playing brilliantly so far and still looks like a brilliant game to me.
And yeah, this is the position. Is this going to be a shake of hands soon? Prag has just moved the rook to d8. Prag, a brilliant endgame player as well. You know, nowadays there's no, well, not nowadays, but every day in chess, right, Ivanka? I mean, there was no, like they say, oh, Tao is a brilliant attacking player, but actually Tao's endings were fantastic as well. You can't just be like an expert in one area. You have to be an expert in all areas at this level. And I can't see anything that Black can do here. I mean, this rook is attacked. What can you do? You have to give up the exchange somehow, but that would be a very easily lost ending. For example, you have to get rid of this pawn. And if this happens, well, I'll just take it. I'm exchange up, and I will eventually win in quite a standard and easy way. There's nothing to worry about with my rook behind the passed pawn. That's where you want your rook, behind the passed pawn. One little trick, if you go bishop b4, maybe don't play d5, because all of a sudden boom. And even this is winning, but some chances, yeah, because I've blocked
You
it.
can go d6. But okay.
Yeah. But it is completely winning, and you have to give up your rook for this pawn, and that is going to, White's got another pawn he will queen at some point as well. Just move the king up, take the pawn, move that one, queen, bang. So,
and
yeah.
Gukesh, 16 minutes on the clock, but his body language says it all.
Yeah.
He is losing the game. With this loss, he will be leaving the competition, and Praggnanandhaa, just turned 18 years old, will be moving on to the quarterfinals.
He will be. So far, all the players from India in this round have won and gone through. It's phenomenal. You could have 4 players. If Vidit is able to somehow take down Nepo, you'll have 4 players from India going through to the next round, which is just incredible. It really is. Shows how strong these players are. Brilliant game.
And it's
from
incredible.
Yeah.
In the open section, we've had so many decisive matches already. Only one match going to tie breaks, and that's that match between Nepomniachtchi and Vidit.
Yeah,
I would never have guessed this, because when you looked at all these tie breaks, these matches on paper, Fabiano playing Duda, I would have expected that one to go right till the very end. Wang Hao against Gukesh, also something that I expect to be closely contested. And it hasn't been that way whatsoever. Gukesh just leveled up and just destroyed Wang Hao. And Nijat Abbasov from Azerbaijan flying the flag for the locals. And he won against Salem from UAE.
He did. Yeah, I mean, the women's section is more closely contested at the moment, it seems, with this game. I mean, I don't think there's much more point staying on this one, unless, again, something drastic happens. Black has to give up his rook or resign. And we have a result we can see in the women's one there, and it was a draw. That was always looking like a draw. And they fought hard and hard, but they made a draw. So we have tie breaks there as well, right?
We do have tie breaks, and that means Aleksandra Goryachkina will be playing her first tie breaks of the tour. Oh, no, she didn't. She beat Batyashvili. But
look at her hand there. She's like, what's happening? Of course, she's telling that arbiter what to do there, right? You see that? Look at that. It was like
they have to draw they're drawing the colours for the tie breaks. And in fact, yes, this is Goryachkina's very first tie breaks. For Harika, the path hasn't been as smooth. She did need tie breaks to beat Elina Robus.
I thought she was going to rip the heart out of the arbiter at one point there. That was a stern look. That was like, come on. Scary stuff.
And, we do see on camera the game between Elizabeth Pates and Anna Muzichuk. This is now comfortably looking like a draw for Elizabeth Pates.
Yeah, they don't have enough material left, and I think the real danger is over. One idea that we haven't looked at, which obviously Black is going for, is to play b4 and try to queen the pawn like this. Yeah, it does remind me, like when I say rip the heart out, it didn't look like she's angry. You can remember Mortal Kombat? I used to love Mortal Kombat. The finishing moves.
Yeah.
They were so hard to pull off, though. If anyone likes their computer games, finish him. Maybe they need to introduce something like that into chess, yeah? When you're about to checkmate, rather than checkmate, you electrocute them, or something. Electric shock chess.
You'll have to forgive me, Simon. I got very distracted by the sound of the rain, which is just absolutely just okay, like I'm going to think of a bad word. Yeah. Pouring down is what I wanted to say. Wasn't what I instinctively thought of. In the middle of summer. And okay, well, it might be pouring down for our players. And I'm just looking at the camera. It looks like Praggnanandhaa is on the verge of securing that place in the quarterfinals. But let's have a look at some of the other games. Paulina Shivalova, she was in a must-win situation against Salimova. And that position looked unpleasant, to say the least, even though the evaluation bar was saying, well, just a draw, not just a draw at all.
No, White's pawn is much more dangerous than Black's lone pawn. They're further up the board. There's two of them. In actual fact, the knight is not really a major factor at the moment because it can't move anywhere. But Black did play the most obvious move, g5, which I think most people would have played. And now b6, that pawn trying to come through quickly. g4 played, and this was like a key moment. We were thinking that probably b7 was a great way to do it.
We can see on screen, Simon, that Pragg has done it. He has beaten Gukesh, and he is through to the quarterfinals. I mean, Gukesh, what a player. I mean, he's had a magnificent run. He beat Gelfand, he beat Vichagov, he beat Ponomarev, but he did fall to the young Praggnanandhaa. And Praggnanandhaa, well, he beat Maxime Lagarde, he beat David Navarro, he beat Hikaru Nakamura in round 4, 2-0 in the tie breaks, and now he grabs himself a spot in the quarterfinals. What a player, just 18 years old.
He played fantastic chess today as well. He never really gave Gukesh a chance. I think Gukesh has owned himself the right to get a beer now after going so far in the tournament. He's done very well considering his rating. And like you mentioned, he beat some great players. Go and celebrate or commiserate, whichever one it is there. But Pragg's play, so impressive. As is most of the Indian juniors. They've been really flying. And I think the big match tomorrow, though, is this Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen for my eyes. But we'll talk more about that later. Pragg knocking out Hikaru and now getting through again to the next round. Well, we will go back to this game. And here, the white pawns looking quite strong. And now I think Paulina plays a move which, to my eyes, looks very, very logical. And a move I didn't consider originally, Rook A2. And the reason this looks like a very good move is that you can block this rook, which wants to get behind the passed pawns. The best place to deal with passed pawns is to get behind them from either C2 or B2. So it looks like a decent move. And Black now plays the check. I'm going to ignore what the computer's saying because it's a very tactical situation, very tactical, complex position. And rook to b2, I guess, it's just rook to c2. It's just going to be met by rook takes rook and g3, right? That's the problem.
That is the problem. But
so you have to move.
I guess White has to march the king. But what was the solution instead of rook c1? Was it just to go rook b1?
Well, the computer still says this is a draw, so I don't think Black's done anything wrong yet. I mean,
okay, because
its evaluation is equal, so it now.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it says you keep checking to force the king to the side. None of this is the thing. Is you can't really generalize with positions like this because it really is pure calculation, which the computers are good at, but any human will struggle here. But let's have a look again. It's a natural move, g3, a really natural move, just trying to get the pawn. But this was the big mistake, Ivanka. In this position, rook b1 was the draw. And apparently now, after king a5, there's only one drawing move. Who on earth would find this? Knight g7 is the only drawing move. And then knight comes this way to try and get back into the game, I guess.
That's just random. Because if you go knight to g7, you'd go c6 and go, well,
I know,
that's Charlie for you.
Charlie's coming.
Exactly.
And then after this one, look at that knight. It just gets back in time. Unbelievable, yeah? I mean, moving the knight so calmly like a windmill around like that. I don't, who would find that? That's not human-like. So back to the game. And let's remember, White needs to win this game to get to a playoff. And after king b5, those pawns are running. Now the black rook checks. But the difference is the king has this square, c6. King e7 played, and I think b7 is going to cause a lot of problems. But you maybe can also just go for the pawn as well. If you get rid of that pawn, it's game over.
Right,
I'd probably just
because
push the pawn. Why not just push the pawn, right?
Well, you can combine both ideas. So first of all, you can go b7.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then once the knight comes to g7, I mean, if you go knight g7, king goes to c7, doesn't
right.
it?
Yeah, this looks good. And this is going to be winning easily. So you have to keep the knight there.
You do have to keep the
what can I
knight there.
play?
But then if you just keep passing, say I don't know, you go king d8. I'm just like randomly suggesting something, or maybe put the rook on b. Hang on, put the rook on b3. Okay. I was just thinking here you could go rook a3, but the rook g2 is a nice way. But I think maybe this isn't necessary because of rook takes rook ideas. But rook g2, follow it by rook takes pawn. It is going to be game over.
Yeah.
Well, we've had a few more moves, so let's catch up with the live board.
Well, b7 being played, and I think Polina is now seeing what a win is. I think she's just seeing that she can. Her next plan, no matter what black plays, pretty much, is to get rid of the one dangerous pawn, and then it's clockwork because your rook is free. Because you're kind of in this position. If their pawn wasn't here, I think the simplest way to win would be target the b8 square. So you just target this one. Okay, I know it's, let's say you go here, whatever. I go here, and I just try to queen. If this pawn wasn't on g3, that would be the easiest way to win. So what white can do first is just take that pawn, and then come back to a8. And the reason that black can't defend this pawn is that as soon as the rook comes away, it leaves the b pawn to become a queen, and that will be a winning ending because you've got enough pawns to win, right? So,
yeah, you got the c pawn that will promote. Yeah, it's not going to be a fortress for black in that position, and yeah, you can immediately see the change in the body language. Yeah. Salimova looking concerned, whereas Polina Shiralova, she needs to win on demand with the white pieces, and is certainly looking that way. And talking about needing to win on demand, there's another player in this competition who is in a must-win situation. And let's take a look at the bird's eye view, and maybe we can revisit her. And
we have a result.
In the meantime, we do have a result between Lizzie Pates and Anna Muzychuk. It did finish in a draw.
And they both look. It's quite funny.
It must have been scare for Lizzie Pates.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They had a draw, and they both look really upset with that result. And it's like, well, come on, you both, especially Lizzie, you were living on the edge there. You must have realised you're on the at least feel a little bit relieved, but there's no no emotion shown whatsoever there. Nothing. Onto the tie breaks, which we'll be covering tomorrow as well.
We certainly will be on hand to comment on that action. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Simon. And 2 games remaining. Shall we dive in and take a look at the game between Bela Kotinishvili, who is in a must-win situation, and Tan Zhongyi?
Well, this game could go on for some time.
Yeah.
When you've got to win a position like this, you just keep on playing. Does white must win this position have chances here to convert this position into a win? I would say, even though the evaluation bar is like, even, I would say that white has some chances. The black king is in quite a bad situation, and white's king combined with a bishop coming back into the center of the board gives some chances, Ivanka, or a little bit, maybe?
I think big chances. I'm going to forget the evaluation bar as well. Because like you say, I mean, the plan that really comes to mind is, first of all, centralize the king, activate the rook, put a bishop on d4, and the pawns on h5, f5, and d5 don't make a pretty impression.
They're all very loose, aren't they? I mean, Another thing you can try to do as white is use the c6 square. So if you can ever get your rook behind the pawns via that square, that's another way you can try to win. So I would probably try to take control of c7. This is if I get lots of moves in a row. So I put my bishop on e5. It looks like a nice square dominating your rook. And then I try to get the rook in as I stop a rook exchange. So I think white has some chances here. It's going to be a long game, though. But they're getting both a little bit short time here.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a long game, but this is the situation that Bella ultimately wants to be in. She wants to be the one pushing for that victory, and she has good chances. I like your plan that you suggested. And Bella, well, she is waiting for Tang Zhongyi to make her move. So if you were Tan, you would just put your rook on c7, activate the rook.
I think so, yeah. I think the thing that black needs to avoid here, again, in any ending, the biggest mistake you can probably make is to start to play passive, especially in rook endings. You know, as soon as your rook starts to like go passive, you're going to be defending in a horrible way. And I've seen so many like low-rated players who experts in openings, but when they get to ending, they kind of forget about this and they're like, oh, I'm just going to hold my position. I'm going to like crawl up into a ball and I'll be okay. And they slowly, bit by bit, start losing oxygen in their position and it goes wrong. So I think this rook, if black sort of just tries to draw a bit too much, white will start like, you know, really squeezing the position and everything will get worse. So I think you're right, I think this rook has to, if I was black, even if it cost me a pawn, I'd go check. And after something like this, I'd be thinking, well, I've got to get my rook in. Even if I lose this pawn by putting it on a dart square, what about d4? Going for rook to c3 check. And this will be the first thing I'm thinking. But then you have to work out the endings of rook c2. Both sides have weak pawns then. There's a lot to calculate.
But you know
actually.
something, Simon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was just playing through the previous moves. What Tan Zhongyi has been doing is just been holding the balance. So I don't think we're going to see any moves like d4 her coming her way.
Yeah.
I think she's just simply going to be moving the rook to c7 and just trying to hold that position, because you got to read the momentum. And she's going to be just, and like you say, you know, if you do go d4, then you do have to calculate moves like rook c2.
Yeah.
And you got to be very careful about putting a pawn on d4, even though it's a very active move, because that pawn could get caught. You know, it could be corralled by the bishop and the rook.
Yeah, it's true. But you do need to find a move here. I mean, let's say you have to move your bishop otherwise. And if you start going a bit passive, like bishop c5, well, I mean, let's just show this plan of moving the bishop to a better square. It might not be the best plan because the computer indicates your rook can come in straight away. But this is starting to get a little bit uncomfortable even here, I think, right?
Yeah.
Rook comes to the open file. The bishop holds everything. But even a stronger move, the computer, again, silly computer, shows that, okay, I've given a chance now for again, activate the pieces. And getting the pieces as active as possible in the ending is so important, even if it costs you a pawn. And that's why this move is an excellent move. The rook comes straight in, starts picking up
very
pawns.
Instructive.
Maybe even e5, it comes into targeting pawns like that. So there's danger for black, and I think black has to be brave and just try to get some counterattack going, even if she loses a pawn doing it, to get that draw she needs.
Yeah. And in the meantime, I was just keeping an eye on the game between Shivalova and Salimova. Well,
is it just these
Polina
2 games
just
left
did
now,
the
I think?
technique. It is just these 2 games left.
Yeah.
And in that game, in the second game, it just appears that Shivalova, she was reading our minds. She followed our recommendations of just grabbing the pawn on g3. And she's well on her way to securing that much needed victory.
Well, let's go back there, because as you say, that one's probably going to end quite soon, and I think we can see we'll run through the moves, and it did go the way predicted. The white rook first of all came over, grabbed this pawn. They're moving very quickly now. Very nice move, stopping the knight coming here because you can capture it, keeping the rook out of play. And now it's kind of clockwork, right? You're getting ready to queen a pawn.
I'm just wondering whether she can be sadistic. And okay, now we've seen rook to d7. The plan is to go rook takes knight.
Yeah, very, very simple.
And then follow that through with c6 and promote the b pawn.
This is such an important win for Polina as well. She's taken it to the tie breaks. It's going to be heartbreaking for Salimova, who's played a very good game. She was doing really well in this game. That's the worst thing. What advice would you give when you lose a game like this, Ivanka, where you only need a draw with black, but you're basically winning for a good part of the first half and the middle of the game? I mean, if I was her trainer helping, I'd be like, let's not look at the game, right? Let's look at the game when the match is over. Let's go and have like a burger or something, Let's go and eat some nice food, chill out, maybe go for a walk, maybe one glass of wine, but let's not look at the game, because if you go back to your room and you look at this game, you realize you're winning, but you lost. That could really play with you, right? And I don't know, what would you do? Would you want to look at the game, get it out the system, or
well,
it's gonna be hard.
It depends on the personality, and there we see a handshake. Polina Shrivalova winning and taking the match to tie breaks. So that means that we are seeing 3 tie breaks in the women's section. And Simon, to answer your question, it really depends on the player. Some players need some exercise, some players need some food, some players just want to be left alone. And tomorrow, well, both players will need to bring their A game, because someone will be leaving the competition.
I'm more the food person, I think, than the exercise, unfortunately. Give me that burger, please. Yeah. And after a game like that, I just need a burger and a beer. No, I don't want it. I don't want to go. The last thing I want to do is go down the gym and spend an hour, doing some press ups and running after. I've had enough pain for one day. Burger and beer. And you can see disappointment there, but they've got to, they have the tie breaks. So it's coming back in the right mindset for the tie breaks, which is really important. You were close to winning the match, but you've got to put it out of your mind and get in the right mood. And you can see a little bit of celebrations there. Obviously, a great relief for Polina because she had to win that game.
Yeah, and what a game it was, Simon. She went all in from the opening. It was a very clever choice of opening. At some stage, it looked like Nurgul Salimova was completely in control. She was, after all, piece up, but the play was chaotic and, well, much deserved victory for Shrivalova. And that means we have one game still remaining, and that is between Bella Kotinashvili and Tan Zhongyi. And Bella is in a must-win situation. And Simon, you called it. You said it was going to be all about whether Tan Zhongyi could get active, could push that D pawn forward, and she's done that.
Yeah, Black's played this really well because, this is the dangerous position where you're like, I only need a draw. What if I just sit here and try to create a fortress? And again, that's the biggest mistake you can make in the ending. And often in various parts of the game, don't be passive and allow your opponent the opportunity to prod you and find ways into the position. Instead, go as active as you can. And this move, it is risky because you put your pawn on a dark square. So you're probably going to lose that pawn. But more importantly, you stay active. Your rook has that activity of coming in. Now, rook b3 is the only way to stop that rook getting to c3. But look what Black's done. Now that rook, active rook, comes straight in. The pawn is now attacked with bishop f6, and Black counterattacks with bishop g1. And, they've both got weak pawns here, Ivanka.
They do have weak pawns. And just to mention one big tactical point, White can't play bishop takes d4 because rook d1 would be a cold shower indeed.
She still, when I was speaking to you before, Ivanka, so me and Ivanka have commentated at many events. And I think you were telling me, it was a while back now, before they were getting so popular, you were telling me the benefits of a cold shower, how it can invigorate you. Are you still a believer in the cold shower?
Yeah, I'm still a believer, but I must admit I cheat way too often these days. Before, when like last year and the year before that, I was quite militant about it. I was only doing cold showers.
Wow.
Now,
like a marine.
not so much.
I mean,
well, I need to get back on the Wim Hof method. I was doing quite well there.
Because I have to admit, I did the cold shower thing, and I do like things cold, but I got ill 3 times doing it. Once I got COVID, probably nothing to do with having a cold shower, but it does lower your immunity, right? And the other 2 times I was doing it, I got a cold. I'm like, what is this? It's supposed to make me stronger. Every time I'm doing a cold shower, I end up in bed. I'm not doing this anymore. Give me a beer and a burger. That's so it didn't work very well for me, the cold showers, I have to say. I do them occasionally still, but I don't know. They're not working at the moment.
Okay.
So back to the game. Looks
H3 played.
Do we have another move? H3. Okay.
H3 on the board.
You have to move it. Move it out of the attack. White's got to keep pieces on the board, right?
Yep. And the question is, how are you going to defend the G3 point? And the second question is it now time for black to activate the king?
I mean, if black can get the king to d5, only black can win this position. I mean, that would be an ideal situation because the d pawn becomes a really strong asset then. So I really like your idea of just using all of your pieces. Your rook, great piece. You've managed to activate that. So you don't need to move the rook. The bishop seems okay to me. You could, of course, go hunting pawns, but the king is a bad piece. It can't get out. It's kind of trapped over there. So why not improve that piece? Make it better. Let's get it towards the center.
Yeah, and now that the integrity on the king side has changed somewhat, rook b2, rook c2 isn't really possible because you've got rook c3 check, and then the rook will be hitting g3. And the only thing you do need to calculate is if you step forward with the king to d6, you must work out what's going to happen after bishop d8. But if that's sorted, then everything is good.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't see what white's doing here either. You know, even if I don't do anything, white's got to win this one. The rook is very passive now.
Could you play rook a3?
Yeah, let's try that. Trying to get the rook in. But let's continue.
Hang on a second.
King d6. Let's just go with the plan and see. See how
bishop to d8.
Bishop to d8. I think I'm just going to.
I guess you just step forward king c5, right?
King c5.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, and just like that. Yeah. Oops. Managed to achieve the impossible and lose the game for white.
Yeah, it's not impossible though. That black king is marching, and c5 is even a better square than d5, isn't it? Because on c5 you keep an eye on pawns over there.
Okay, well, as we king c7 played, and well, it's time for us to take our very final break, and we can see the 2 players, Bella Coutinishvili, Tan Zhongyi. They're getting a new set of score sheets. Bella Coutinishvili is in a must-win situation. Will she manage to win this game with the white pieces? Well, we'll find out after the break.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan Anand with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just going to try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan Anand says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen f4, get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight c7. What the heck is going on? Knight to c7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to c7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows f6 to happen here. f6 is going to take on g7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move. Hence, knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm going to put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this. So what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Go for it. b2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Vishwanathan Anand. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook f4. He goes here and he's going for rook h4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. b1 queen. Right, and after b1 queen, knight to f1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's 2 queens on the board. Magnus has 2 queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen e1, and then the game is over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen e1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen e1, where were you putting your rook? h4. Well, I can just go rook h4. But guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my 2 queens. After queen takes h4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
We are back, and there is one game remaining in round 5, game 2 in the quarterfinals of the Women's World Cup, and that is between Bella Kotanishvili and Tan Zhongyi, former Women's World Champion. Now, Bella Kotanishvili is in a must-win situation. She's been trying now for a number of moves to squeeze out that win. Will she be successful? Well, we are going to dive into the position and we will find out. And there we can see White King has centralized, but it has come at the cost of sacrificing a pawn. And will this be enough? What will Tan Zhongyi? She has a very active style, so I'm expecting moves like rook e1 check, but no, the bishop does come to f2. And now it is Tan Zhongyi who is threatening the devastating g3 and g2 and getting that, promoting that pawn to g1. Well, how will Bella handle such a turnaround? Will she play rook a3? Oh, hang on a second. It is a critical, because I just snuck a look at the computer and the computer was saying rook a3, and that is the only move to survive for Bella Kotanishvili. She's pushed so hard in desperation for that win that now she is walking that tightrope in order to secure a draw. Whoa. The gamble just did not pay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a draw or a loss, it doesn't really matter, does it, at this point? I mean, either one, you're going to leave the competition. So we can totally understand what happened there. I mean, let's have a look at this g4 move. I did sort of think about this because you've got to take a risk. You've got to try and get a pass pawn. Well, you don't have to, but I mean, this is a way to try and get a pass pawn. But obviously, it costs you quite severely. It costs you this pawn. And White's idea will be to combine this, maybe with a king coming in as well. But after bishop f2, Black's plan is very safe. And what you didn't see at home was me having perfect timing and spilling a pint of water all over the desk, most of my shorts, and the floor. And then when I was spilling a pint of water, I knocked over my cup of tea, trying to stop it from happening. So the tea went the other way. So now I've got tea and water everywhere. So if the broadcast breaks down, due to the tea. Anyway, back to the position.
Yeah. You've got it all sorted though, Simon?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I'll find out. If things stop working, then probably not. But so far, so good. So
you reminded me of one of these urban legends at university. You know how at university you sat there in this big room, school desks, you're writing away at the exams, and it was exam time, and there was an invigilator just walking up and down, but it was a really hot day, and so they'd placed this massive table with loads of jugs and glasses of water, and I don't know, something happened to the invigilator and he just knocked it all over. And
good for him.
Okay, rook a3 played.
Rook a3 played, okay. Fine's the only move, right? Fine's the only move.
Yep.
Rook coming in here.
But unfortunately, it's only enough for a draw.
Yeah, so
G3.
I mean,
just go G3, and it's very important that then when the king is checked, you step back.
Should we have a look at that line? So,
yeah, definitely.
I mean, it looks pretty obvious for Black to try and force the issue, or at least what you do in these scenarios, you at least look at the most forcing move, and if you think it gets you a draw, you play it. So G3 would be that move. When I'm assuming White has to try and get the rook behind that pawn, because I don't know where else you can play. I mean, King F3 is just too passive. It might be an option, but it's not going to be a winning option. Worst case, you can give a pawn up, get a draw easily there. So let's have a look. So rook a7 check. And what do you say? King e6 now.
No, don't. You almost tricked me. I was like, don't stab that king up. Yeah, no. Move it away.
Move it away. So let's not go that way. That's not clever. We go back, and we might as well keep it on a light square because it's a dark square bishop. So let's not let the bishop attack us. And okay, what about this? What if I go, whoa, I'm coming for you. Let's try this one. This is a bit cheeky. I'm trying to checkmate you. So if you go G2,
even if I go G2,
in we come.
I go King E.
Oh, you get a queen, yeah? You going to get a queen? Go on, get a queen.
No.
No, you don't want a queen. No. What about a rook?
One does.
Bishop? Would you like a bishop or a knight? Maybe a queen. Oh, okay, checkmate coming up. That's my idea, but obviously you don't get a queen or a knight or a bishop or a rook.
No, and says you can't run away with the. Oh, you can run away with the king. You can go king to D8. No, but there's bishop. No, king D8, bishop F6. So would be. No, I run to the king to C8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, you should be all right here. It's probably okay. Yeah, I mean, it does look dangerous, these three pieces combining, but having the rook to always block on this square should be enough for a draw. I mean, I'm just thinking here, you can go check, see which way you go, but even here, I think you're safe, yeah? Because, you got rook E1 check. All of these lines, none of them look dangerous for black whatsoever, do they? So let's have a look. The rook did come to A7. The king went to C8 straight away. Maybe that's even safer, Ivanka, because the white king can't get in front of the king there. So this could even be a slightly safer square. The rook gets behind the pawn, and now rook E1 check, seeing where that king's going to go. Because if it does go away forwards, the D pawn is then free to start moving down the board. So
okay, and unfortunately, if you step the king to D3, the rook is just going to keep on checking the king.
Yeah, because you don't need to win; you just need a draw.
Yeah, exactly. You just need the draw, and if the king goes to C4, then rook C1. If it goes back to C2, you just go, well, there's no three pieces around the king, so I can make a random move. Just keep checking.
Maybe the only square that you have to think about is C2, right?
Yeah, but it's not a very active square. No. So now is a chance to kind of go where to play.
Maybe just go back to E1, but seems like white might better start.
Yeah, go rook E1. I like rook E1. Stop F5. Yeah.
Stopping F5 because the bishop, is attacked.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it should be a draw. All of these lines. If you can't activate your king, there's no danger really. It's only if this king can activate, but you can't activate your king because the black pawns are too strong. That's the thing. Let's try this. So I'm going to try this again. I know it's probably not going to work, but let's give it a go. And the problem is when you do activate your king and you lose control of this square, the black pawn just steps in, right?
Yeah.
Comes to D3.
Simon, I just saw a chat. Someone saying on chat that you quoted Hamlet on a show.
To be true or not to be true?
Or not to be true.
Now that is the question. Did I? I don't know. I mean, probably by accident. But one of my secret skills has been a scholar of Shakespeare. Do you believe that? Do you believe? Do you believe that?
Well, it's news to me because I've never heard you.
Well, I keep it very quiet.
Anything Shakespearean.
Really? I'm always quoting Shakespeare. I just don't think you realise, do you?
Okay, well, yeah, that could be. I'll take your point. Well, to be or not to be, that is the question.
That is the question.
Go for it.
So I was literally cheating and Googling Shakespeare quotes, and I was going to try to say some, but then I thought, no, that is cheating, and I can't trick Ivanka like that. That would just be wrong.
Okay.
So, what's done can't be undone.
Very good.
Though she be but little, she is fierce.
I am fierce, but I'm not little. And Simon.
Yes.
The king. Well, okay, Bella, she didn't have that much of a choice. A draw is as good as a loss for her. So she steps up with the king to d5 and tries to weave a mating net around the black king.
And that allows Derek, the d pawn, to charge through the middle. And it's 2 pawns away from becoming a queen. So what white comes forwards, and after d2, what is the idea? I mean, you still have the. Is there some? Okay, let's try. Am I going to fall for some trick here? I'm going to go d2. What are you doing here? I'm 1 square from queening with a check.
I'll tell you what I'm doing. Rook to g8. Check.
You've had enough, have you? Okay, I'll go to b7.
And apparently, you held up a skull and said, "Alas, poor Yorick." Does that ring a bell? Or are they winding me up?
I must have been drunk to do that, or something. I don't know. I hold up a skull and said, "Alas, poor Eric, my greatest friend."
Yorick. I knew
Sorry,
him
Yorick,
well.
Yeah. I know him well. I don't know. I mean, it does ring a bell. That was the last girlfriend skull. No.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I don't think I've done that. No.
Okay.
Not like
they're winding me up. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's looking like this is kind of a draw, and we might be going a little bit off track, because I think the way the game will end is simply this pawn coming to d2. Let's just have it go back. The pawn coming to d2, and white's only choice, because it's not just that pawn is threatening to queen, it's actually threatening to queen with check. And when it does go to d2, black's just making sure, Tan is just making sure that she's not falling into, any checkmate traps involving these three, but she has played the pawn there. And Yovi's pointing out that maybe white just has to repeat the position and go for the draw here, because there's no way you can get a mating net. I've even got the a7 square. This is the kind of position where you kind of want a black pawn to be there, because then there's rook b8 checkmates, but there's no checkmates here. There's nothing at all. So they are playing this out. We see d2, rook g8 check played. The king has come to there. Another check on the board. I think we know where this is going. This pawn is just too strong. It's 1 square away from queening.
Unfortunately, this is the path that she must travel,
and it is a draw. Draw is a
she was a draw. Yeah. And Bella Constantishvili is knocked out, and Tan Zhongyi is the first semi-finalist in the Women's World Cup. But wow, it's been a fantastic tournament for Bella Constantishvili. She's played so many great games of chess. She beat Karina Sivka, she beat Mary Arabitsa, and who can forget that she defeated Humpy Kanaru in round 4. But Tan Zhongyi, what a cool customer. She held it together when she needed to, and now she is through to the next stage.
She is indeed. I mean, very cool game there. She was never, by the looks of it, in too much danger throughout that game, fighting till the end. And we are going to have tie breaks tomorrow now. So a good day of chess, lots of exciting games going through. I mean, I suppose the highlight really for me was probably Prag's game. Prag really showing his strength. And apparently after the game, he said, "Be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great. Some achieve greatness, and others have greatness thrust upon them." Okay, I'll stop. He didn't actually say that. But yes, it was a good day of chess, though, Ivanka. Very good day.
It was a fantastic game. And also a great day of chess. I was also particularly impressed by the way that Fabiano Caruana defeated Jan-Krzysztof Duda with the black pieces. But let's take a look at the brackets and see what is going to await us in the women's semi-final. And there we can see Tan Zhongyi. She has made it through to the next stage, and she will be facing the victor between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Harika Dronavali. And whereas there are a few other tie-breaks to be played, Elizabeth Pates will face off against Anna Muzichuk, whereas Salimova, well, she will face off against Paulina Shubalova. And when it comes to the men's, the open section, we can see that there have been quite a few quarterfinal matches that have already been decided. We have Magnus Carlsen facing off against Gukesh. That is going to be epic. Pragnanda against Arjun Erigaisi, and an all-American matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Lenia Dominguez. But there is one tiebreak, and that is going to be between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vidit Gutierrez after 2 draws in the classical portion. And Simon, it's going to be such an incredible quarterfinal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have, first of all, of course, these 3 tie breaks, but some really, really juicy pairings there. And Magnus versus Gukesh, I mean, that's one that stands out. This could be, you know, the old guard versus potentially the new guard. Maybe a changing of, you know, champions there. Then you've got the all-Indian clash, you know, Prag versus Arjun, another great game. The all-American clash, Fabiano versus Lanier. And it's, going to be fascinating, obviously, there in the men's section. And the women are fighting very hard in the tie-break section there as well. So a lot to look forward to.
And tomorrow it will be the tie breaks. You and I are going to be back in the studio commentating. And Simon, can you expect from the tie breaks tomorrow?
Lots more excitement. It's going to be quick. It's going to be fast. And we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, obviously, we got the game in the men's section, the open section between Nepo and Vidit. Can Vidit make 4 Indians getting through to the quarterfinals? That would be really impressive. Or can Nepo stomp some of his, his great chess upon that match? So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I like the quick chess. It's good fun, isn't it? When the time gets speeded up.
It does. It makes for an exhilarating ride. And tomorrow it is tie breaks galore. But today has been a tremendous day of action. We've seen 7 players eliminated from the competition in the open section. And we said goodbye to Bella Kotanishvili in the Women's World Cup section. So what can we expect from tomorrow? Well, I can say it's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. And you don't want to miss it. Thank you everyone for watching, and see you all tomorrow at the same time, same place. Goodbye.